Nigeria,
first bandit.
General Nigeria, first bandit.
All hail Biafra, land of the rising sun. We love and cherish. We have vanquished our enemies. All hail Biafra. God bless Biafra. In Him we trust. Shout it, sing it. All hail Biafra. God bless Biafra. We have emerged triumphant from all our foes. Through the crucible unscathed, we passed victorious. Our trumpets pealing the glorious song. Play it, sing it, all hail Biafra. Oh, hail Biafra. We shall always remember all that perished in the struggle for our freedom. All hail our heroes. Our prayer shall be known both day and night. Say them always. All hail Biafra. All hail Biafra. Now our star shines everywhere. We crave humility. God guide and protect us all. All hail your wisdom, shielding us from fury, unleashed by our enlightenment. Biafra, Biafra, shining forever.
Nigeria,
First bandit.
General Gowon. Nigeria, first bandit. The 32-year-old accidental leader. You lied about a beauty accord. Everything else in your book is a lie. In your book, if you lied about Aburi, that you were having malaria and did not know what you signed, then everything else must be all lies.
You claim to be a Christian. You waited till Ojuku is dead and started talking and started lying. You can't redeem your legacy with lies.
You lied that most the bullets and most bombs from the Nigerian army hit the palm trees and not human beings. Asaba massacre, people dressed in white.
They're the palm trees.
Women and children in the market square, they are palm trees.
Right?
Your book belongs to the dustbin.
Trash bin.
Nigeria problems today.
Credit to you.
Hey.
legacy with lies.
Today I told it, you live in Britain.
I told it,
and not in your one Nigeria that you murdered for.
killed for ego genocide,
Ego
Holocaust,
Africa.
first bandits.
When was the last time you visited your village? You are the first bandit Nigeria ever produced.
Decisions you made destroyed Nigeria until today. General Yakubu Gowon,
Nigeria,
first bandits. You lied about our Buria code.
you were suffering malaria and did not understand what was discussed.
Everything else in your book must be a lie.
When you get to heaven, if you ever get there, God will ask you why you lied at all day.
Old man, God kept you alive for a reason, but you have failed to repent.
The hottest
Part
of hellfire has been prepared for you.
he say,
No peace and happiness for you.
not at all.
Amen.
Amen.
Ojuku will be fanning your hellfire.
Adding fuel to firewood.
Nigeria,
First bandit. I saw the people dressed in white are palm trees.
Nigeria,
First bandit.
2 million children starved to die.
Died of palm trees.
Africa,
First bandits.
God kept you alive for a reason, but you have failed to repent.
General Yakubu Gowon,
You cannot redeem your
your legacy with lies.
Ojuku will be fanning your hellfire.
Adding fuel to firewood.
Asaba people,
Palm trees.
Nigeria,
First bandits.
you will live to see
Nigeria separates. Spirit of 2 million children starved to death. At work.
our palm trees.
Aburia caught malaria. Africa first bandits.
Read my lips, Igbos must be free worldwide before your eyes. Amen,
Amen.
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 Nigeria,
First bandits.
General Yakubu Gowon. Nigeria, first bandit. The 32-year-old accidental leader. You lied about Aburia Accord. Everything else in your book is a lie. In your book, if you lied about Aburi, that you were having malaria and did not know what you signed, then everything else must be all lies.
You claim to be a Christian. You waited till Ojukwu is dead and started talking and started lying. You can't redeem your legacy with lies.
You lied that most the bullets and most bombs from the Nigerian army hit the palm trees and not human beings. Asaba massacre, people dressed in white.
They're the palm trees.
Women and children in the market square, they are palm trees.
Right?
Your book belongs to the dustbin.
Trash bin.
Nigeria problems today.
Wafi bona choge Biafra roko bore amako kari amano uramu. Wafi bona choge Biafra roko bore kari amano uramu. Wafi bona choge Biafra roko bore amako kari amano uramu. Wafi bona choge Biafra roko bore kari amano uramu. Imana dika dinta jarabia ngane buge baya. Wemanadika Dinta Jarabia Nkene Bugabuya Ogano Chore Oso Coach Kwetena Bagati Tindi Nawo Ogago Chore Oso Coach Kwetena Bagati Tindi Nawo Abo Brother Masikwala Makine Sirike Kiweri Sigiru Basabo Esyo Ima Wanawa Kesine Yene Madam Makiwere Ndoge Biego Imana Bunkage Makiwe Iesendelu Enye Dia Unine Kero Sabo Nduhe Wegudo Nduhe Wege Mborobo Weekend to Hossa Nduhe Wegudo Nduhe Wege Mborobo a weekend to Hossa Sabo Otutu alala nike Otutu wuru nike Ni agbego kele ha Otutu alala nike Otutu wuru nike Ni agbego ha o Otu akoga de Mbe Biafra gabia Otutu ndiga n'ụra Otu akoga diwo Mbe Biafra gabiaru Otutu ndiga n'ụra Obodo ọma Mafibo na chaglebi Arko Borea Okaria Mano Mafibo na chaglebi Arko Borea Okaria Mano Wulugo Mafibo na chaglebi Arko Borea Okaria Mano Wulugo Wanem Bianara Biafra Do Bianara ya Here we did again, my brother. Senator Bianara Biafra. Governor Bianara Biafra. Absubsidiary Bianara. Abataya. Here we did again, my brother. Oh, Anile. Yala Omo Biafra. Can you get it to Pokike? Asimo wanile yala Omo Biafra kanyi kele tupo kike Onye furo n'Igbo wezi anyị mazi nna m dike Obiago wetobu gị Igbo na-agbọ Wekwelugo na ọ bụ onye Chukwu tinyere ọlụ Wekwelugo Ndom sina Chukwu akarakam sina Chukwu na buru Victoria Nwankwo Ndom sina Chukwu akarakam sina Chukwu na buru Victoria Nwankwo Afamolugo Nnem bịa kene na mbole kolonu wepugo Mami mo bịa kene Nnem bịa kene na mbole kolonu wepugo Nnoma Anya lawala na lahu nke Chukwu kwere anyị na nkwa Anya lawala anya agawala na lahu nke Chukwu gọziri anyị Ala Biafra obodo ọma ebe ya bịa sisele obodo ọma Ụmụ Biafra tinyere ike were oge ike tinyere ha wee chegidala ha emere mmegbu ụmụ Biafra tinyere ike were ike ha nyere ha weledala ha mere mmegbu akụkọ adịka nwanyị mụrụ nwa nke na-enweghara oge agụụ gụrụ Hausa ha ga-amata ụlọ ala Biafra bara ha oge agụụ gụrụ Hausa ka ga-amata ụlọ ala Biafra bara ha ọma igwe bute ụzọ bịago agụ na-eche mba bịago dogwu na-eche Igbo niile igwe bute ụzọ m agụ na-eche mba bịago dogwu na-eche Igbo niile nwa Chinamara eju Igbo ekwelugo na ọ bụ chi Biafra nyere ka ọlụ ekwelugo enyi ọha abịago ezi nwafọ nwaọlụ osisi ka anyị dike m ụja ka mba enyi ọha abịa n'ozi nwafọ nwaọlụ osisi ka anyị dike m ụja ka mba omenne ji m ome nwanne nwa Jehova m tere mmanụ Fada Ambassador of Peace kedu maka obere nwa High Priest nwanne ebute ụzọ Samuel of the Old obere nwa Chineke tere mmanụ ka aka nwa Jehova kedu maka Zuma Rock Oshekebụ Rock asị ka Chukwu okike abịama na-edu anyị na-eje na-alata n'aha Chukwu okike abịama ise ọmọgụmụ abịama m gbaghị soro si pasi bụ agha ọmọgụmewo abịama m gbaghị soro si pasi bụ agha mgbe ndị omekome ha wagidere ya n'etiti ndụ na ọnwụ mgbe ndị omekome do awagidere ya n'etiti ndụ na ọnwụ gbaghị gbalị ọgụ biro nwa Chukwu okike abịama na-agbara ọgụ aliru nwa Chineke
Hello, my wonderful people of Biafra, friends of Biafra and lovers of freedom. This is Maazị Ezumezu Nwekwensu. As I welcome you to this wonderful edition, it's very important to welcome others. We are live at our various platforms on Facebook. Maazị Ezumezu Nwekwensu, Ikechukwu Ezumezu, Ikechukwu Umadi Ezumezu. And we're also live on YouTube. Ikechukwu Ezumezu. And we're also live on X handle Chukwudi Benjamin Ezumezu. And we're also live on TikTok Ezumezu Ikechukwu. So please, it's very important as you come in, please share the program and invite your loved ones. It's very, very important. Please share the program and invite your loved ones. It's very, very important. Today's program is going to be unique. Today's program is going to settle all those blackmail for years, because we are going to hear from Osi's mouth. We have our three barrister, Mnklegalteam, the Vice Counsel, Barrister Larry Jimako. We have Barrister Mandela, We also have Barrister Nnemeka Ejiofor. And we also have our wonderful guest, Master Prophet, on this program. So that will tell you, with this caliber of people, you know that this program, Amabo, an easy program. It's a program that will have to unveil or unmask all those lies, all those blackmail. But everything with time, everything have time in life. Everything have time. Everything have time. As nu ụkwa ruo oge ya, ọ daa. Today is time for Biafrans. Today is time for friends of Biafrans, lovers of freedom, to know the truth. A lot of things you're going to say today. And Mazes Mezunwe, I am going to respond. Any question I'm going to ask will be on what is on media. What is on media? I'm going to play it so that we don't blackmail people. We don't lie against people. We don't lie against people. Now let's see. We can bring Mm. So,
Go straight to the point. You don't need to.
yeah, Barrister, because even I know life now, you know.
Uh,
Biafrans and friends of Biafrans, this Mazin Nankanu legal team, MK legal team, and the White Council they see Barrister Aloy Ejimako, and also Barrister Nemeke Ejiofor and Barrister Mandela, you know. You know, ka ndị Igbo si wee kwu ọ bụrụ mgbe eji wee egbu ka ọ na-akpọnwụ. Everything have a time. All those lies and blackmail on our barristers. Today we are going to unveil some of them with proof, with facts. And my question to them will be on video. What is on media? And when I play the video, they will respond to it. And at the end of the day, they have to, say what they want to say and address Biafrans. Like I said, lies and propaganda don't last test of time in this struggle. Now let's see Master Prophet. Master Prophet. Master Prophet. Because also someone now they say, oh my God, wonderful, wonderful. Master Prophet with divine mother. Divine mother. You are welcome to the program. You are welcome to the program. You are highly welcome to the program. You are welcome to the program. No? Master Prophet, can you hear me, Master Prophet? Yeah. Okay. Please, Barrister, please introduce yourself, Barrister, the White Council. Let's start from you.
myself.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The White Council, please introduce yourself.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. This for viewers before I talk to our wonderful host. My name is Aloy Mako, member of Mnklegalteam legal team, and I have been representing Mnklegalteam and the IPOB family since 9 September 2020.
You're welcome, Barrister. The White Council, you're welcome. Barrister Nnemeka, please introduce yourself, please.
Okay, good evening, all lovers of freedom. My name is Nemeke Jofo. I'm one of the lawyers to Mazen Namdekano. I'm also lawyer to all those who are accused or suspected or charged for being member of in the indigenous people of Biafra. I have been representing since 2017. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Barrister. You're welcome, sir. Barrister Mandela, please introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Prince Mandela Umeborog. I am a member of Mnklegalteam legal team. I've been representing Mnklegalteam since 2016. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are welcome to the program, Barrister. Welcome. Master Prophet. Biko, gina divine mother, please. Introduce yourself, Master Prophet.
Ndewo ekelene m na ụmụnne anyị,
Yeah.
ndị nna anyị, ndị ụmụnne anyị, ndị ọgọ anyị, ndị ikwu anyị, ndị ibe anyị, ndị kansụl anyị, ndị ọkaiwu anyị kara aka kajara akaja, ọwụ ndị achịkọta ekpe ọnụ ọhụ, ndị agbata eke hụ, ndị kara aka kajara akaja. Anyị ekele n'ụlọ n'ụbọchị taa wụ a na-echeta mgbe ndị Biafra anyị mere ndọrọ ndọrọ nwere onwe na ndị ọzọ ndụ ha gara maka ihe ndọrọ ndọrọ nwere onwe. Ekelene m unu niile andị n'ụbọchị taa akpọtakwara m odozi ego m Divine Mother ka ọ bịa ka o kelee unu.
Mmanụ ekelele m ndị Igbo, ekelele m genuine and great Biafrans all over the world. Ana m asị n'unu jisi ike na ihe dị ka unu akọkwala anyị. Amakwara m n'unu bụ ọnụrụbe nwanne agbala ọsọ. Unu jide nke unu ji. Unu adakwala mba na njem a. N'ihi na ihe a nke anyị na-achọ, enwere ndị tụrụ ntọala ya. O nwere ndị na-anwụọla n'ihi ihe a. Ọ ga-erukwa n'anyị n'aka na ya agbanwee. Ekpere anyị na-arịọ Chukwu okike abịa ma taa bụ na ndị niile nwụrụ ọnwụ n'ihi Biafra, ha nwụrụ, ha jiri ndụ ha chụọ àjà, ha gabigara ọtụtụ ihe dị iche iche ka mụ na gị nwee ike dị ndụ n'ala abụọ ala Biafra n'ụbọchị taa. Ya mere, anyị na-enye ha nsọpụrụ niile, anyị na-ebunye ha avụ ekele pụrụ iche, mana ụgwọ anyị ji ha bụ icheta ha n'ọlụ ha niile, na-ekweghị ka ihe ọbụla ọ bụ ọdachi ọbụla ma anyị ka anyị gbanwee makwa na laa azụ na ihe nke anyị na-achọ. Ekpere m n'ụbọchị taa bụ na Biafra, anyị ga-adị ndụ hụ Biafra. Biafra ga anyị. Mmadụ ohere a na-ekele ndị ọkaikpe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu for their professional expertise. Vice Counsel and his team, they are indescribable. They are extraordinary beings. They are committed to their client. They are committed to IPOB and Biafra as a whole. And these men are willing to go extra miles to make sure that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, will be released. They will prove his innocence because I so much believe in them. Vice Counsel, I can't thank you enough, you and your team. Manajidenkiji.
Thank you.
We have survived the storm for 5 years, for more than 5 years. And we have never come out to refute them or tell them how we feel, because silence is never weakness. So, ana m ekele unu. Nnagide niile nkunu nagidere mụ na ezinụlọ m. Asị m ka Chukwu okike abịa mapụrụ ime ihe niile, gbaa unu ume, chebe unu ma chekwa unu. Ise.
Biafrans and friends of Biafra, today's program is going to be wonderful because today's program, untold story will be told. Those that has been blackmailed for years, today you guys will see the truth. Today, the Wise Council, the most man that have been blackmailed on social media, after his great work, all we can do to him to blackmail him and his team. And also to IPOB, head of finance, Madam Nyanya, and to Kanu's family. These are the people that this man blackmail. These are people that this man blackmail on social media just because they have the microphone. And who are these men that blackmail them? China Sawankita, Chika Paul Edoziemu, Tony Wambotes Lumike, Austin Albani, Adama Azayoba, because they have the microphone. But little did they know that we will use our little space to expose them. Today, things are changing. Today, now, Wise Council, you please, let me start from you, because you have seen all the blackmail on you. How do you feel about this blackmail? Please, let's start from you, please.
Well, thank you, Ikechukwu Ezumezu, for putting together this very platform for us to interact. I thank my colleagues for making out the right to come. Today is a special day, and everybody is in commemoration of the heroes and heroines who fell in battle or who succumbed to disease and starvation between 1967 and 70. I also thank Master Prophet and his wonderful wife. I call her my princess. My princess, I thank you for making time to come here tonight. Ezumezu,
Yeah.
you've done wonderfully well defending me and defending Nemeka Mandela Maxwell, and in fact defending the entire legal team. And you've done wonderful well defending the Kano family, which has come under an onslaught of attacks, blackmail, lies, and traducing that is unprecedented in the history of any freedom fighting movement. In fact, the attacks levied against the legal team and the Nnamdi Kano's family, the Oku Kano family, the royal family. In fact, they even included Master Prophet. That kind of attack is such that even the enemy could not have mustered that kind of degree of attack. So we survived by the grace of God and by the grace of those who stood behind us. I'm sure the legal team would bear me out when I say that part of the reason we survived is because the Kano family stood behind us. So I raise my voice this evening to thank Kanonta, particularly Odin Pategete, Prince Emmanuel Kano, alias Fine Boy. And of course, Master Prophet is a member of the family, and the princess was chipping in a lot of support, publicly and privately, with Adanne as well, who is now in Sokoto, taking care of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, and the sacrifice of the family has been written in gold for the reasonable men and women out there, all men and women of goodwill, except this very terrible group that you mentioned that decided to go to town to label this wonderful family siblings of iniquity. This is a group that has not made a single contribution that I know of to abate the tribulations and travails of the supreme leader, or even the tribulations and travails of the IPOB members that are in the legion. They didn't do anything tangible that I'm aware of. All they did was to deploy themselves and their earrats into the space of the social media and pollute it with lies and blackmail. And right now, the gloves are off. That is why I decided to break my 5-year sentence. And I think my colleagues as well had maintained, studied, sentence, matured in wisdom and loyalty to our client and dedication to duty. And the concern we have as a team that, responding to these people would mean succumbing to the distraction which they wish for us to have, so that we will eventually not be able to deliver on the mandate of our client. Today, they are attacking Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. So we decided that the gloves are off. It's no longer the season of silence. Silence could be golden at times, but right now is the moment that silence can no longer be golden. So I have to say this, and then I can yield the floor to questions or to any of the introductories my colleagues here might have to do. And to viewers here tonight, I cannot thank you enough. I know you have taken time out from other events of today. Myself, I took time out from an important Zoom interaction commemorating the Biafran heroes and heroines issuing from North America, Canada particularly, a lot of us in there. So I excuse myself so that I can participate in this interaction. So I thank the viewers who have tuned into our various social media platforms to listen to us. And I crave your indulgence and attention to hear us out tonight, because I haven't spoken to you or publicly like this in a very long time, since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu became a victim of extraordinary rendition from Kenya to Nigeria in June 2021. So, having said that, let me mention people like Ben Madubuku, people like a certain Emeka Livingstone. Master Prophet, of course, I mentioned you when at the vanguard in front, taking all the hits. You were fighting from the front, trying to protect the name of your wonderful in-laws and the name of the good name of the legal team. There are a whole lot of other people I'm not going to mention. They may not want to be mentioned. The kind of support they render to me and the legal team is invaluable, publicly and privately. So, in freedom fighting movement, listeners tonight, you listen, Biafrans, maybe this will be a piece of advice from an elder and someone who has traveled around the world, but I am sure a lot of you know this. Nigeria also had to fight for its freedom. Nnamdi Azikiwe, leader of NCNC, never faced this kind of blackmail and lies against him from members of NCNC. Never. Not even his predecessor, who was Herbert Macaulay from Western Nigeria. If you go into Nigerian history, he never would read anywhere where NCNC ranks and file were attacking their leaders and their leaders' lawyers and leaders' families. Awolowo never faced such a thing from the action group that he led. And Matt Bello, the Sadwano of Sokoto, never faced this kind of attacks from the Northern People's Congress, NPC, that he led. And that was Nigeria for you until 1960 when he gained independence. Now, if you veer away from Nigeria to nearby in South Africa, I had made a tweet a while back, and they sent their people to my social media accounts to report me to Twitter and to report me to Facebook, and I was defending myself. All I said was that Nelson Mandela led South Africans to freedom and independence from apartheid from Robben Island, where he was in jail for 27 years. And throughout the 27 long years, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been in detention in comparison to Nelson Mandela for 6 years, or let me say 5 for this, cumulatively for about 8 to 9, if you count the 18 months he spent between 2015 and 2017 in detention. In comparison to Nelson Mandela, that's just about one quarter. That's a hard thing for anybody to face. Nelson Mandela faced it for 27 years, and for 27 years, Thabo Mbeki, Ramaphosa, Zuma, and all the ranks of ANC, they stood behind Nelson Mandela solidly. His wife, even Winnie, stood behind him, even though in her personal life she proved to be a failure of some sort, which was why Nelson Mandela divorced her the moment he came out of prison. She didn't do much, but she did enough to warrant the odium of her husband and the divorce that she got. But if you talk about the men, the henchmen in ANC, you can Google it. Any one of you listening tonight, go and ask AI. Did ANC ever attack Nelson Mandela while he was in detention? Every AI model out there will tell you the answer is no. In fact, they'll go further to tell you that the loyalty became more ironclad just because Nelson Mandela was in prison. His imprisonment was, in fact, what triggered the most united phase of the struggle by ANC to end the apartheid. So the opposite effect that it had is what we are seeing. The effect that it had, we're seeing the opposite here. So I wonder why. So fellow Biafrans, particularly IPOB members out there, why are you doing this yourselves? If you go away from Africa, Mahatma Gandhi, who led India to independence in 1947, never faced this kind of attack from his lieutenants, Jawaharlal Nehru, Ali Jinnah, and the rest of them. They united behind him until India attained independence, and even while he was in detention several times. His detention became a point of unification. The same thing in America, where I lived for several years. Martin Luther King's travels in Mississippi and Tennessee, where he was detained so many times, and Alabama, did so much to unite Black Americans behind the push to end Jim Crow, otherwise known as racial discrimination. Black Americans didn't seize the opportunity of Martin Luther King being in detention to be talking about him, about having girlfriends and buying a car, or he didn't tell them that he traveled to Washington, or when he traveled to California, he should have told them, come on, these things are very petty. I'm talking about traveling. You people are saying, Oyen travel to Kenya in such a pleasure. No, he didn't. He shared the story with me, and I'm sure he shared with some members of the legal team present here tonight. Oyen traveled to Kenya in search of safe haven. They made his stay in the UK so much comfortable. The United Kingdom's security and intelligence services, working in cahoots with Nigerian intelligence services, made his stay in the UK very unsafe. In fact, as he related to me, and he's a very credible man, on one occasion, his brother, being Pasa Kanunta, had to come from Germany to rescue him, and he traveled incognito outside United Kingdom. I cannot begin to relate to you the full details, but what happened to him was sufficient for a man to feel unsafe in continental Europe. And he was afraid the same thing would happen if he had vamoosed to North America, Canada, US, and whatnot. So his first protocol was Ethiopia. I'm going to tell you all these things because they are not harmful anymore. These stories couldn't have been told, at the beginning, but now we can tell them safely. It got to a point that the president of Ethiopia had to tell him to leave because he told him he could not protect him anymore. The pressure from Nigerian intelligence services and the Nigerian government, using money, using all kinds of diplomatic influence, was too much on the Ethiopian government that he reached to the point that it became a presidential intervention or presidential thing about whether he could stay safely in Ethiopia or not. So this rendition could have happened in Ethiopia, but the president of Ethiopia, God bless him, blocked it up to the point that Mnklegalteam had to leave for Kenya. So for a little while, he was traversing between Kenya and Ethiopia by road, facing the hazards of road accident and armed robbers and marauders, him and his poor Ethiopian driver, until he entered Kenya on during that fateful period in May of 2021. And he settled briefly in Kenya to get back himself. Remember, this was a man that had to lead from the front. This was a man leading a freedom movement that numbers in religions. This was a man that had to be on Radio Biafra to do broadcasts. This was a man that had to be in several Zoom meetings and all kinds of social media networks and, field hundreds of calls, if not in the thousands, every day on WhatsApp. And all this period, this man was moving between one or two countries, sometimes by dead of the night and everything. And people expect him to call a meeting and start telling people who call themselves leadership. I don't know what they mean by that leadership. Do you have a supreme leader and leadership different from the leadership? No. The leadership is Mazen Namdekan. And you expect him to start broadcasting to you people that cannot keep your mouth shut, that go to social media to blackmail people. You want him to start telling you that he's taking some precautions to preserve his life and liberty. Freedom fighters do that a lot. Nelson Mandela spent 6 months in Nigeria and he was housed in Nnewi by Mbazwika Amechi for 6 months. He did not tell African National Congress. He did not tell anybody. It was a private arrangement that was made between him and Nnamdi Azikiwe and a few other people that wished to protect him. They brought him here secretly for 6 months. He stayed here. Thabo Mbeki was in Lagos for about 2 years in Ikoyi. It did not become a public knowledge or even for the ANC. For the period that Thabo Mbeki was in Nigeria, South African people, including ANC, assumed he was in South Africa, probably hiding somewhere. He didn't have to tell people, how can you call yourself leadership? And you are men with basic thinking faculty, and you think that Mazen Namdekan would tell you where he was when he was trying to protect his life and liberty, because you people are just, snitches and rattlers. You could have rattled on him, you could have sold him if you are not the ones that sold him anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Barrister. So let me stop there so far. If you want to ask me any questions, you can.
Yeah.
Any viewers can ask me questions so that I can yield the floor to my colleagues to say their part. Thank you.
Okay, Barrister, you're welcome, because there's a lot to say. It won't take you. No, 1 year is not enough for you to explain what happened between these 5 years. But before we go on, please, before we go to the to Barrister Nnemeka, please, there is a video I want to play. Please, every Biafrans, if you are a Biafrans, please find this video on Facebook, mark this video X, and tell that uneducated Fulani that there's nothing he can do to our white council. Now I want to play this video. He called himself
I'm here to warn
let's listen.
Nandikanu Barrister Aloy Ejimako that this should be the last time, this should be the first and the last time you will call the name of General Yakubu Gowon, or you will disrespect him. We, the Northern Nigerian youth, will not tolerate that. General Yakubu Gowon is our role model. General Yakubu Gowon is our father. General Yakubu Gowon is our leader. So the issue of disrespecting our leaders in Northern Nigerian will not tolerate it with the Northern Nigerian youth. Enough is enough. We are warning you, don't ever call or mention the name of General Yakubu Gowon. General Yakubu Gowon has done a lot to the development of Nigeria and Africa at large.
Yeah, and I don't have much time. Let me stop here. Please go on Facebook. When you come across this video, mark it X. Mark it X with lead pen. Mark it X and respond to him. Because they are running scatter because only Mazin Nankano have stopped them. Because since the coming of IPOB, Those times are gone, not now.
Please, go to Nemeka and his ways. You need to see Nemeka is. You watch this or whatever, you need to come attention to it. I need to see the video and take the appropriate action. I can't ignore it.
Oh, do you want me to pray to the end so you can hear what you said?
No, after the program.
No, it's not necessary.
Yeah?
You can send it to me.
Okay.
Send it to me. Send it to me.
I will do that. I will do that. I will do that later, you know. So, but I'll do the needful. So, Biafrans, please, if you come across this video, mark it X, and send a message to him. Whatever he call himself, we don't care.
What is the meaning of marking it X? I don't understand.
No. Agent led by the Maya S. Bad. I can be bad at the video. Bad. Cancel. I cancel, you know. Okay. Then I write some things there too. So, or you can go on my profile and also share what how I mark it bad and write my this, or you can do it on your own too. So now let's go to Barrister Nnemeka. Barrister, please, with all those propaganda and blackmail on media, what do you have to say about this, please? So can you let me tell you maybe 3 minutes or 5 minutes? So because I know a lot to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I thank you as amazing for this program.
Yeah.
I don't really have much to say. You know, my father used to tell me something, may God rest his soul. My father used to say, when your opposition begins to attack you, it means you are hitting him very, very hard. So you continue to hit them hard. The attacks and propaganda on social media is evident that we are hitting them hard, irrespective of their ranting, irrespective of their shaking and their efforts to explain things that are inexplicable. We continue what we are doing. It is very obvious that a lot of them are not, a lot of people are not happy with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Those who are not happy with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are obviously people planted for that purpose. You remember the politicians used to say that they are going to create IPOB inside IPOB.
Yeah.
So it is beginning to manifest. All those attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are the opposition IPOB that were created or was created by the politicians. So, well, even the Bible said amongst the 12 disciples of Jesus, there were somebody called the Judas Iscariot. So you cannot expect to have a full house of people who are loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There must be 1 or 2 that are not loyal, who are there as spy for whatever reason. Even in Igbo language, we say, "One more 12." That's the way my people say it in Igbo. So you do not expect everybody to be conformists or to agree with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There are people who are created, or people who have been bought over, or people who have chosen, or people who have been inspired to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that is the only thing that gives them pleasure. That's the only thing that gives them pleasure. That's the only thing that makes them happy when they attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, with reason or without reason. Lloyd has mentioned all the things. For instance, querying Mazi, why did you travel? As if he shouldn't travel at all because he's the leader of IPOB. I don't understand that. And expecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to give account of everywhere he goes. It's ridiculous, it's funny. And all those who are currently attacking him, though I understand that some of them are AI. All these non-existent human beings, because you see some people who call themselves funny names, no identity, no picture, they are not human beings. Some of them are infiltrators. We already know all these things because some of the publications I had printed out and given to Mazi on the occasion of my visit to him, he read them and laughed that some of these people are AI, some of them are non-human beings. That should tell the person to show his face. So I'm not moved at all. I am not at all by all those who call us names, all those who claim that we sent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back to court when the court has acquitted him. Because I've shown, and a lot of you have also shown it. For instance, both in the court processes that were filed, There's nowhere you see an acquittal. So I don't know where they manufactured it, maybe in their lazy imagination. And when you look at what they write, you notice that some of these things are propelled because of ignorance and illiteracy. You know, these are persons who, until you buy them recharge card to type and to play over the social media, the ordinary will go silent. But so many of them talk because they need to justify the recharge card that was given to them. So let me leave at that, so that other people can talk.
Okay.
I'm not moved at all, and I believe the legal team were not moved at all by all those social media rants. The real fight is in the courtroom. They can send their lawyers from their own mona to come to the court and join us. We want good hands. We want more hands, so they can bring their own mona lawyer to come to and join us. If you don't have an own mona who is a lawyer, then just shut up. Thank you.
Yeah. Ndewo, Barrister Ndewo. You're welcome. Ndewo. Barrister Mandela, please. Please, Barrister Ndewo, take the microphone. Just less than 5 minutes. Okay, because we're a lot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to appreciate you for bringing up this program. It's very nice, where we expose the lies that we are told. So thank you very much. I also appreciate my colleagues here, my senior colleagues. I appreciate Aloy Ejimako. I called him the boss. He's the boss. He's a highly respected lawyer. You know, some people don't know the value of what you have until you lose it. You know, some people will start, making a lot of, talks or lies they were filled with without verifying the truth. And they feel that is the way life is. But sooner or later, everything from the things we will unveil, we will expose, and the more Mazi himself is going to tell the world, the Biafrans, very soon, many of them will disappear in the city. Many of them, in fact, they cannot even withstand to come to East, even wherever they are, they won't be able to survive it. So I appreciate Mr. Aloy Ejimako, the rendition man, the man who brought the novel stage in the legal profession in Nigeria called Extraordinary Edition, which many charge and bail lawyers that do not understand it started claiming the victory. But today, people will know that they are just claiming what they didn't even know nothing about. Today, we will tell the world what they never knew about. Also, in fact, under the leadership of Aloy Ejimako, in fact, I am here testifying it. Vice Emeka also can be a witness. That is where we have what is called coordination, where you see somebody who is leading as a lead counsel. The lawyers are coming together, brainstorm, bring their own ideas. You put things together without Aloy saying that I am the lead counsel. In fact, whatever he says goes. In fact, nobody he can't even contribute, he can't even do anything. Everybody we are bringing brainstorming. We are working as a team. When we go to court, everybody will go to court. Nobody will be locked outside the gate. We will tell the DSS, his name is not included, though. He will be outside. Like the previous lead councils we are doing. Many of us were outside throughout the period of Ifeanyi Ejiofor, but Ifeanyi Ejiofor and also Kome. I never entered court, inside court. I never. I always look outside. When we come, they say our name is not included. And these are the people that have been an inner member of Mnklegalteam, working day and night along
Since 2015.
Yes, will testify. But this thing was broken when Hawaii Ejimako become the lead counsel. Every lawyer, in fact, many lawyers were coming and coming because these are the lawyers that you put them to come here. They say no, so long as if your phone is the lead counsel, they will not, because he pursued many of them. He denied many of them access to court. He's the Alpha and Omega. He detects. He doesn't want any lawyer to come so that he will not take over the case. Somebody like Mazen Mnklegalteam that needs hundreds of lawyers. Everybody will be bringing his idea. We will be working as a team, and things will be moving. But he wants to reduce it to only him and his so-called Chinwe Umeche. Imagine also come SAN whenever they are coming with the children that were called to Nigeria bar just for less than 2 years. Some of us, America is 20-something years at the bar in Nigeria. Along Ejimako have been called to a bar in US when he was called to start practicing law in America. Somebody like Ifeanyi Ejiofor has never even gained admission to study law in university. I am saying this that people don't know. He has this law 20 years in America. When he was called to bar in America, Ifeanyi Ejiofor has not even gained admission to study law. Now he came to Nigeria. I was called to bar because that is the law. Now he feels that he's my junior. He's my junior. This is somebody that will teach you law.
Okay.
So,
okay.
By the time the guy himself, most of the times he enters court, he's through one registrar of a Bintas court. Normally, because of his good relationship with the registrar, sometimes when they block him, that registrar will make a way for him to come in.
Okay, Prince. Prince, I'm on no good no. We are coming. We are still coming. Now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, Prince. Now, the next person will Master Prophet. The wise counsel, if you don't know, Master Prophet is the first person on this planet that fights for you guys. Then we are seeing in comment section, Master Prophet is the first person. They put that na na-egbuzi mma mmiri na enemy abatago. In 2015, Master Prophet start on in this game. Then people like us, we are still in comment section. Now share. Master Prophet is the person take this battle to protect our lawyers. People like the Wise Counsel, Barcelona Ejimako, Nnemeka Ejiofor, Prince Mandela, or Master Prophet. And that's why Edward drag his name. But today, most of these people drag your name, Master Prophet. Most of them attended an apology. And I have to pray if just a minute I pray, no, they are coming because it does not matter. No, I tell people that lies and propaganda and blackmail don't last test of time. But today, okay, now, let's listen to our
brothers and sisters that are listening to
the
us.
apology tended to Mazen.
Yes.
Now,
I have seen them dishing out videos. And let me make this very clear. That's one they dished out about that Maz. I said that Mazen Nnamdi should come and restore those things that is on the list. If you watch that, listen to that clip very carefully, you will hear where I said Mazen Nnamdi that is not well, because there was a time we were told that Mazen's heart is swelling. He's sometimes they tell us that they know blood is coming out from his nose. And I said, Mazen that will not have time to start concocting this list. So I assume that it's not coming from him. This is what we were being told. It's not coming from him. That is coming from Canon Takano and his group. And I said, how wait at this, because the person that is showcasing this platform where I copied it is the man called Master Prophet. If you listen to that particular program, you hear where Master Prophet is shouting, Methuselah. It is me he's calling. And I said, if people are telling us that his master that said these things, which is not him, let him come and do it on his own self. Today, they blew it. They were happy with what I was saying those days. They were clapping. Wow, Methuselah is one of us, one of our media warrior. Go and listen to him. He's doing a good job. Now you are using that my good job to blackmail me. So, brother, what I'm going to tell those that are listening, in case others you find it insulting, I want to apologize to Mazen Mnklegalteam in any way in the past that I have done things wrong. I have said things wrong out of the information dished out on us for us to start speaking in that manner. I sincerely apologize. I never meant to speak in that manner to you as our leader. We were brainwashed by command and control. It's hard to come out of it because it's a word of our leader. Whatever DOA says goes. It's a word of our leader. But they now use that word, and the way they are using it perfectly.
So, Master Prophet, your fights have never been in vain. You can see, So, now let's go to Nkenya Barrister Aloy Ejimako, the Vice Council. They also tell that they are coming up, and we welcome them, and we must work together. Now, before we come to you, Master Prophet, let's listen to the one they gave to our Vice Council, the apology too. What is very important.
Hello?
Yeah. We are here. I'm coming. Yeah. Now, let's listen to the apology to our Vice Council.
That is how we used to say it. Therefore, if you're just joining me for the first time, I want you to pay attention, because on this platform here is where we say the truth. We are not perfect. We are just a mere mortal. We are not immortal. We are just a mere mortal. That is why sometimes as human beings we make mistakes, and after mistakes we take corrections. There are things that is happening in this struggle right now, in case you are not conversant with the things happening, or maybe you are listening from the side of the enemy's perspective. You got to listen from the other side, those that are sincerely following the struggle and loving Mazen Mnklegalteam for who he is. A lot is going on right now, but I want you to pay attention to what I want to do. I want to do something that so many of you will not believe that I, Mazen Mnklegalteam, can do, but I have done it before and I am used to it. I'm going to do it once again before I go into the main reason why I am here. A special announcement. On 29th of this May, 2026, being Friday, I want to announce to the whole world that Barrister Aloy Ejimako will be on this platform as in a hurt to break the 5 years silence that he has kept. Aloy Ejimako needs to speak to the world, and he is coming on this platform on Friday. Therefore, make sure you keep money to buy data. Make sure you have enough data. Whatever you like to eat, that program will come up by. I want to use this opportunity to tell the world and to tell Barrister Aloy Ejimako that I am sincerely sorry. I am sincerely sorry for listening to the deceptive narrative of Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor against Aloy Ejimako. Let me repeat myself. Barrister Aloy Ejimako, I am sincerely sorry for paying attention and believing on the deceptive informations, reports, narratives from Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and the Mwada Uchechi Geme Ukukano against you, Barrister Aloy Ejimako. I am also tendering this apology because I listened to the SDOS members whom I strong.
Okay, so I will stop here because I don't have much time. So, master prophet, if Opola will know, is we must, tender justice mercy. They are coming because they drag your name, but they are coming gradually. And when they tender apology, we must forgive them and move on. Please have the microphone, master prophet.
Ndewo, before
Yeah.
I just kwuo mmanya celebration ka mụ na nwaanyị m kpaa iko ebe a ka anyị kpaa iko
Yeah.
ihe ewu for celebration. Finally, for 5 years, we all has been vindicated. But it's a lawyer Jumako. Sometimes mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu m na-ahụ n'obi ya na, but finally we all they have not come out clearly, but they are still dragging their feet. Anyị na-akpụ iko a na celebration na finally mgbe okpuru na egide a ga-agba ọzọ na ụgbakọrọtele Uchechi Madam Cancer riri Nnamdi Ezebiro Nnamdi Kanu, the Supreme Commander, that the veil tomato no ha n'anya na ha apụla one by one. So ekelere m Chukwu nke ukwuu na-ekele ya maka ndị a niile lụrụ anyị okwute, ndị a niile wuru n'okwu dị aṅaa gwacha anyị ugbu a, they have beginning to swallow their shame, and they all will swallow their shame. Divine, I'm going to go to my...
Ise?
Mgbe m na-edefend barrister lawyer Ejimako, ihe m nọ n'olu ya first, akpọrọ m ya one day ya akọrọ m otu ihe niile ji na-aga. Masị na this man na okwu ya dị sam, o nwere uri ya na-agụ, ha sị Nnamdi Kanu okwu ọnụ ya sam beren ya kọmputa. Barrister lawyer Ejimako kara aka, okwu ọnụ ya wụ sam brain ya wụ kọmputa, AI kọmputa kajara akaja, and bịa mezie ma ahụ ya chai si na enyi ma owo odogwu na mmadụ odogwu na mmadụ mgbe m fụrụ ya, so obi dị m ụtọ nke ukwuu. But I'm still expecting ka Darlington go tender an apology. Darlington must tender an apology to me directly and also to my wife. Ihe niile he mere mụ na nwaanyị m, ihe niile ama m nọọ Madam Cancer mgbe m na-ekwu na o nwere oke nọ n'ụlọ na-agba oke nọ n'ama na ifuru ifo ogiri n'ime ngiri. Ugbu a o setiri, and finally oke ahụ ahụrụ ekpure n'anya agbapụta n'ezi bịa declare ya na ya truly na cancer m kpọrọ ya na 2015, and na Delilah m kpọrọ ya na 2024, and the Winnie Mandela m kpọrọ ya na 2023, that indeed she is those things, because the eyes of the awakened one hụrụ ya far away and they may declare ya. But n'ụbọchị taa achọrọ m ịnụ ihe but n'ụbọchị taa aga m keep more silent than talking. Achọrọ m ịnụ olu Barrister Lawyer Ejimako, achọrọ m ịnụ olu Barrister Mandela, achọkwara m ịnụ olu Barrister Nnaemeka. Ọwụhụ ojuofo ka ojuo ojuofo nke ọma, ọwụhụ nke ụchụ hụ nke agbata eke hụ nke ewu Barrister Nnaemeka Ejiofọ. So aga m anụ olu ha. Ekele m nnu biko, nke nnu bụla nnu ji nnu kara aka. Barrister Mandela kara aka, oju ọbụla m jiri Mandela o jiruru ya. oji ọbụla m jiri barista lawyer Ejimako o jiriri ya 100%. nwebe mgbe ha felụrụ ndị ọzọ m jie ya ndị ọzọ ha erie oji m gbakọrọtele gbuo ya mma mmiri bọtụ mmadụ abụọ na mgbe ọbụla m jiri ha oji ha ejiri ya gidigba m ekelene m nnọọ ka m pasie ya to divine mother because ama m ebe ọ chere ije because kansa pụtara were mmanya wụọ ya n'ala but I don't want to go there ka divine mother kwuo ihe o chiri ikwu ndewonu.
Yeah, there we go. Divine Mother, ngwa, the microphone is on your table.
One, I am saying that I am incredibly grateful to Barrister Lawyer Ejimako and the legal team. They are forces to reckon with. They are extraordinary men in their profession. And then again, I am so grateful for their professional advocacy. They made me, in particular, Aloy Ejimako, feel like my brother's case is indeed a top priority. He doesn't rest, he is so committed and dedicated. I have never seen all my life, I've seen a wise counsel like him. I am the one that gave him that name, wise counsel.
I remember, yeah.
Correct.
And that's what I call him to today.
True.
For that, I cannot thank you enough. He has always been there to support me, both emotionally and otherwise. He's always filling me in on everything that he does. But from filing the case, anything that comes up, because I was too worried. We are orphans. I don't have a father anymore. We don't have a mother anymore. So according to the Igbo tradition, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only father we have now that we can look up to. So his condition and his incarceration had a toll on all of us. I am here today to stand and to say that words may not actually convey everything that I have in my mind or in my heart, but I am most grateful to Barrister Lawyer Ejimako and the legal team for their dedication, for their protection, for everything, the bullying, the assassination of characters, yet they endured it. A lot of people would have said, what the heck? They would have abandoned him long ago, but they never did. They stood their ground. Barrister Lawyer Ejimako is not only our lawyer and the lawyer of IPOB, he is my family lawyer as well. And the legal team, all of them are my family because I respect them a lot for the sacrifices and the endurance that they have to put up all this for over 5 years and still ongoing. They are men of exceptional characters, and I respect them for that. Hugs for all of you. And I am looking forward to having dinner with you guys someday, eventually when I get home. I don't know. I am overwhelmed with joy. Barrister Lawyer Ejimako is passionate and kind. He is dedicated to the family, and the Kanos are grateful for you and the legal team. Asimunuji then kunuji. Na hedu kuna kokolam.
He said,
Jamini ran shimaga metoka. The legal team na Nigeria has of them here. Because they are that powerful. So
Sure.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you many times. Thank you a million times. You deserve better than this. I am so sorry for what you guys have gone through because of me and my family. But I am happy. Nehena barista lawyer Jimako Budike Bachurozo. Odika kanon ta wannem. Emechira sema oh my mom ya. I don't get it.
It's a bureau.
The same goes. Wise counsel. Wise counsel is an incorruptible man. I don't care whatever anybody says. And I am someone, once I stand with you, and I want and I didn't do. I will stand with you and protect you. So, in the legal team, I am going to you people did not abandon us when you should have. You stayed with us. People who are not worthy to untie your lace. They will come out on social media and rubbish your name. I want to apologize on their behalf and say that I am sorry. At least for the sake of Mazen Nambekano. That's the only person you should look up to. I want to say thank you so much. Emailer Ndeo.
no, the vibe more than no. Thank you so much. No. The wise counsel, like I said, before, my question to you will be on video because no. When I says I don't propaganda, I don't blackmail people. My question to you, it will be on video. You will hear from the person. So any of your response, please, you will not respond. Now I want you to listen to this video because they use this video to blackmail you. This video was they used it on their WhatsApp group, also used it on media. Now I want you to listen, please. Listen to this.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay.
Barrister Ochinasa Nezigozia. And Anna Mezigia on behalf of IPOB leadership. Barrister, ihe anyị na-ababa afọ ọhụrụ. Achọrọ m draw your attention on it. Never you and a day any press release get for somebody or somebody complain about that na a politician na press release I did. Barrister anyị na gị ga-enwe problem. You don't have the intelligence we have on some of unu na-aga na-ego unu n'aka politicians. Unu na-aga na politicians ego na-agba ha you will do this, you will do that. Wherever that ga-afa ebe IPOB no this time around. Onwe ihe gị na politicians na-ekwu last time i kwuru ya gị na ịkpa ị gara agaga mee ihe ị gara ịkpa with Enugu governor maka Chineke Aloy. IPOB day press release. That Enugu governor in Ekuokuya. Do you know how many IPOB members that man next they became more than nonsense? Have you brought out any person? More than 20 IPOB members are missing. This Mbale Brula. Any IPOB member. Ogula ide press release una bara onye nke ọ na support kwa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ihu na ihe agala ndị politicians na-aga Aloy. Ịchọ ka anyị na-aga happy inwe problem. Wepa ha IPOB.
Now, let me stop it here because I don't have much time. So, wise counsel, this is one of the tools they use against you. And a lot of people fall for this Chinas and Wankita. So, we want you to respond to this voice note, please.
Okay, well, this was a private supposedly private voice note sent to me sometime, I think, in December 2023. I did not know that he contrived it because when I got the voice note, I was a bit confused because he didn't fit into anything. So I think he made the voice note for the purposes of propaganda. So, but poor me, innocent me, well-intentioned me, I thought it was just a private voice note. He even called the name of Mazen Namdekano there at the end. He said he doesn't care if I tell Mazen Namdekano. So this is what happened. They made a press release when the joint body of bishops and traditional rulers in Igbo land were ramping up on efforts to have Mazen Namdekano released. And they were making these efforts in conjunction with Southeast governors, but the two governors that were more forthcoming than the others were the Enugu State governor and Soludo at the time. That meant OT had not been very forthcoming. It has been brought it up, but right now that the driver's seat now. So they were in efforts, and Chinas Moru was away because some of the meetings were holding with the joint body of bishops, and Ndieze attended those meetings with Chika Edozie. But when Chika, those meetings we held those meetings every Friday. Kanum Tatu was in attendance, Prince was in attendance, Ben Madabugu, Chinas Kamoru, Chika Edozie. Then Abogidi Obiodisha, Igwe Agobuzo, the one who called for release of Mazen Namdekano in presence of Tinubu. That call wasn't just on the spot of the moment. What made was contrived in this meeting because the meeting continues today as I speak. So now, after one of the meetings, and after I believe Archbishop Chibuzon Opoko, the Archbishop of Umuahia, a notable religious leader, somebody with ex-cathedral authority. Okotoko and Woketo Purogologo, oh, Yawabo, Wadian, the Okukan family. As well as if you put the man on the phone tonight without people looking at his face and he starts talking, you think he's Kanta talking. Voice is 100% alike. Blood is thicker than water. I think his brother is either junior or senior to the royal father Okukan. So he's on Naochie. Mazimam can one Naochie. One day there.
Yeah.
So I think he came to court and he also visited Mazen Namdekano. So this was part of their program to target everybody and anybody they saw that was strong behind Mazen Namdekano. And China Samuru and Ifanye Jofo, all of them, they were, who's the disturbance now? Hello?
Yeah, we are listening. Yeah.
Somebody needs to mute something. He's interrupting me, he's cutting me off.
Maybe it's from Izumez.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Barrister, continue. Barrister, please continue.
I hope they didn't miss anything.
No, not loud and clear.
Said.
Go on.
Okay, so when I called Emma Powerful told me that the press release was prepared by Ifeanyi Ejiofor and the Chinasa, and they gave to him because the press release did not make any sense. So Archbishop Opoko called me and Obi of Onisha. They said, what is going on? Why did the IPOB, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, do a press release calling Archbishop Opoko's name and calling him all kinds of things? Opoko called me. He was very disappointed. If the man was a woman, he would have been in tears. And what do you expect me to do? So I went for the press release, and I got the press release, and I called Emma Powerful. Emma Powerful said, I don't think that he didn't even know who this Archbishop Opoko was. But he was wondering why these two people I had mentioned, Chinasa and Ifeanyi, were too interested for him to do that press release. It was the only one they mentioned. But in that voice note, Chinasa said he started bringing in a whole lot of other things because now that I know that he wanted to save that voice note for propaganda purposes. So anytime he wanted to feel good about himself, or he wanted to play with my good name, he would release it into their little platform or forum. I don't care. So I went to a visitation and I took the press release to my client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he instructed me accordingly. So when I came out, I told Emma Powerful that I have relayed information, the message to. I actually did it by text message and they called. Mandela here. Onyendo Mandela was away. He was sitting with me.
Yes,
and I told him that your supreme leader, since I said, since you said you didn't know who this person was, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has given you the benefit of the doubt that people just contrive something to upset the Opuka family, and maybe there is something else they are targeting. Because, Opoko was telling me, Archbishop Opoko was telling me that if he's not an intelligent man, he will be wondering whether he did something wrong to Kanunta, or whether he did something wrong to the Prince. I said, no, Oga, Your Grace, don't think like that. That these people are cooking something. So when I came out, I called Powerful. It is my duty to do so. And Chinasa Nworu is not my client. Rather, he did not retain me. He's my client somehow by extension because I am retained by his his supreme leader. And I have defended them in so many ways that they don't know about. So when I came out, I got Powerful and sent him a text. I used to tell Mandela that this message is when we deliver them orally, we back it with text because of this type of situation. So I told him, see what your supreme leader said. He said you should issue a retraction or a correction or clarification, whatever you want to issue it. Because the press release was published by this person in Nigeria, and the laity and the clerical council of the Methodist congregation of Nigeria, they invited Opoko for questioning. They started questioning the man as to the meaning of the press release, how he has fallen from grace, what is going on and everything. It was a very serious business. So after I finished speaking to Emma Powerful, apparently he picked up the phone and called Chinasa. So Chinasa now made this audio to me. On my next visitation, I'm Mazi Nnamdi Kanu about the audio. So the whole thing went inside the same cup that was full against these people several years ago, the cup of disobedience. So this is Chinasa Nworu's response to instructions, clear instructions given to me in the presence of Mandela to tell Emma Powerful to issue a retraction or clarification. This was his response. Not only did they threaten him more powerful that if he dares to do it, they will deal with him. He proceeded to do this voice note. If you had played it to the end, he called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name and said, I don't care if you bring it to his attention. That is, bring to his attention my disobedience. So he's more powerful. Contacted me again, and he was very, very afraid. And he said I should explain to Oga, the supreme leader, this is what happened though, that he has lost his freedom and free will. And this people said he should never even be in contact with me again. So that is what happened about that. And he was bringing in some other things I don't understand. He was attending meetings. He was attending meeting with me and Soludo. Okay, and Edozie, but when they talk like this, those they are silly and brain-dead followers, they would think that Chila Sawori has never had contact with any politician. He was having meetings with Soludo. If he is having with other governors, I don't know. I cannot say what I don't know. But if he's having meeting with, or he was having meeting with Soludo, he can presume that is amenable or vulnerable or has a proclivity or inclination to also have meeting with the other governors. And these meetings that we were having with Soludo was not ignoble. It was a noble cause. We were discussing how to accelerate the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and end his persecution and persecution of hundreds of, if not thousands, of Igbo youth accused of being IPOB, at least in Anambra State, for those people, and for Nnamdi Kanu as the head. So that's what we are doing. So the audio is of no moment. He made that audio with bearing in mind, and the innocent party, he made the audio bearing in mind that he was going to circulate it in their little enclave where they preach hatred and lies and blackmail, but everything has fallen apart. So that brings me back to what I'll use half a minute or 1 minute to do this, then I yield the floor. To what my senior colleague here, Nemeka Barisaneta, I like to stop, when I call his name, I like to stop at Nemeka because a lot of people get confused about that age of 14. So Barisan Nemeka here, the most senior member of the legal team, he was saying something about these people, some of them are bots. I think that was the word he was looking for, B-O-T. So those are the people that they create accounts without a face, but the highest thing they will do about putting a face to the account is that they will use the face of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and it will be the face of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu there, but the account is basically dedicated to attacking Aloy Ejimako, the legal team, Mnklegalteam, for Mandela, Kanunta, Prince, and us, all the henchmen and henchwomen of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they are using his photograph, and they think we are fools. They held a meeting, my senior colleague, I'm telling you, and the Sumays and all the listeners tonight, they told me, a lot of people told me from their ransom or their coordinators, they held a meeting and decided that they were going to lie against, they used the word lie, that they will use lies and blackmail to destroy the legal team, for only one reason only, to complicate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. That is all. So that was how the lie of unacquitted started. Because Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, he has the judgment, and he was in that meeting. So being a lawyer, he was supposed to, so they are not nitwits. They were told, they planned it, they are whatever they call coordinator, whatever hierarchy they have. If somebody misunderstood the meaning or the fine line between the shy and acquitted, a lot of lawyers can misunderstand it, or laymen. but this was not misunderstood. They wanted to use it to blackmail the legal team that Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Ozokome got discharged and acquitted, but the legal team went back to court, the current legal team. He made a publication 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I saw the publication on social media that he made against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he published a portion of the Court of Appeal judgment. He, Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, under his hand as a lawyer, still published the judgment with the intention and position and inclination of misinforming the general public that with that judgment, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case was over. But then we now took over. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has now gone to jail. He called us a lot of bad names there without calling our name directly, and he wished that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would end up being tried for murder. What he was trying to say there, by innuendo, if he's listening anywhere tonight, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, for what you are wishing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is death sentence.
Exactly.
They are wishing him dead because you said it there in your post that very soon your grandmaster, you called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu your former client. For almost 10 years, you started calling him a grandmaster. Grandmaster is like a witch or a wizard. A grandmaster that will end up on appeal that you'll be tried for murder. The sentence for murder in Nigeria, everybody knows is sentence of death. So by innuendo, that's what lawyers call it. He's wishing him death. Is this not infamous conduct? Is a lawyer supposed to talk about his clients like this in the public just because his client took his file? There are 2 other lawyers with me here tonight, and they may be lawyers listening to what I'm saying. So the hatred has come to the point that a former lawyer to a client is calling him a grandmaster and wishing that he will be tried for murder. And you are using a lie, you are using a document that, yes, that you decided to misinterpret to the public. Yes. So what really is the basis of all these things? So this kind of gives you an inkling of the conspiracy being made against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So the legal team and myself were mere cannon fodder or scapegoats or expendable assets or collateral damage. We were simply standing in the way of people who had contrived a very deadly and dangerous conspiracy against a man that was in detention and against a man that brought them up in society wherever they are. Because nobody knew of any one of them until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came into the picture and created that DOS and hired Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and everything, and he made him prominent. It's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case that made Ifeanyi Ejiofor a prominent lawyer in Nigeria. So why are you attacking the man in such a vicious manner? And with lies, it's not with the truth. What has he done except to take his file? As I speak to you, both in America, where I practiced law for almost a decade, and in Nigeria here, I know that clients come and take their file. By the time they make a job knows, Bandel knows, we don't go to media and start attacking that client. It's called infamous conduct. Lawyers don't do it. They never do it. It's against our rules. Nnemeka here, by Nnemeka that is sitting with us, he has quietly won a lot of IPOB cases. Probably more than any other lawyer, including Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, but he keeps it cool. He does not blow his trumpet. A lot of times he brings the people to me and, we eat together and everything, and we arrange transport for them quietly. They go back to the east. He has a lot of the cases on his hands. He travels to Port Harcourt for these cases and other parts of Nigeria. Myself and Mandela will verify. We have 72 cases under our belt that we are doing quietly.
Yes.
So what is this thing about, somebody thinks it's special? It's not only IPOB Nnamdi Kanu's case that we are doing, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. We're also doing IPOB cases of our boys spread around at several detention centers across Nigeria. So, my brothers and listeners, at this cross of the matter, we stepped aside too. Technically speaking, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also took his file from us when he asked the legal team to step aside or to step behind or step under the 7 SANs that he hired under the leadership of Chief Kanu Akabe. We came under those people. We did not scatter, go crazy, and hire media warriors to start attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because we want to be lead counsel or we want to be in the front. We stepped aside, and those lawyers did what they had to do. And when we were doing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case before Tibinta, between February 2024 and March 2025, and I use the opportunity of tonight to thank the able legal team. We weathered the storm and did the opposite of what we were being accused of. They knew we were doing that because all the preliminary objections, all the objections the legal team filed before Justice Binta were against the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We called 2 or 3 conferences where we were on record to the whole world. It was on Facebook, everywhere, that we were against the trial as a legal team. But they still held a meeting as and my after the press conference and all the preliminary objections, they will hold a meeting and tell these people that we are taking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to trial. And tonight, I thank a few of you out there who gave me information and reviews. A lot of them relocated because they were being threatened. Some left Aba and went away to hide. But they were looking for them and asking them, why are you not posting? They told me they cannot post such a thing, that they are looking at our objections in the media. That objections we filed before Justice Binta to blocking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu trial. That they are looking at the press conferences we did. I spoke. Maswell spoke. Nnemeka spoke. One Barrister Jude spoke. One of the West members of the legal team. On certain occasions, me and Barrister Nnemeka and Mandela, we did an impromptu press conference in front of one hotel. The same thing, the same topic, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu won't go to trial. And we were being threatened. People were telling us that the judiciary is angry with us. But they would hold a meeting and tell these people, don't mind what the legal team said. Don't mind what they are doing. Just go to the media and say that they want trial, that they are the ones that took Nnamdi Kanu back to trial. Somebody asked them, may God bless him. His name is something I'm not going to mention. Does a lawyer representing a client that it does not make sense? They say you must say it. He said, I thought it's the government or the Supreme Court that take people to trial, especially in this case, that he had that the Supreme Court said that the case should go back to trial. They said you must do it. I relocated from back to Owerri. A lot of them called me and gave me this information. So this is the part of the reason for my silence. I knew that it was a contrived thing, just like that audio. They held a meeting and did all these things, all the things they were doing on Radio Biafra. They'll get together and discuss it, and then they will decide today that what they are going to do is that they are going to link Kanunta with Simon Ekpa. You see it on social media and you laugh. Do you expect Kanunta to come out and start denying that? Because the truth is that is not linked. Then they hold a meeting and say they are going to link Aloy Jumako with Ekpa and go such a meeting. So some of them will refuse. A few will join, and then they use all fake accounts. Each one of them that do these things, each one of them is at the head. They have at least 20 fake accounts. So when they post something and say the sky is now red, it's no longer blue or white, they use the other 19 accounts, the same person holding the same phone. They will go there and like it and make comment. Then when Barrister Aloy comes in and says, no, the sky is white, is blue or white, they use the same 20 fake accounts. One person holding one phone and come in and they start calling me content creator. C'est take one photo because Mazen the kind of legal team to be in photographs to project unity. Okay? The evil men want to scatter all, they want people to be taking pictures individually. So we fight to be together and bond together to take pictures together. When we do press conference, we sit together and they don't like it. So they started calling us a take one photo. That we are struggling to be in photo.
Okay.
They don't understand the gay, the higher, the noble thing that was propelling us. We wanted to project unity. When we do press conference after court, we don't start talking to the press. I'll be asking, where is the Emeka? Mandela will be asking, where is Maswe? Maswe, come. Jude, come. Everybody must be there. And we tell the media to wait. Everybody must be there before I start speaking. And when I finish, Emeka will speak. Maswe will speak. Just in that order, we project unity. They know it. So to belittle it, they started calling us a take-one photo and content creators. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, listening tonight, fellow Biafrans, this is the cross of the matter. They decided this thing that they must do it, and the ultimate target is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and to the glory of God, the gloves are off. Like I said, the masquerade has been unmasked. Finally, they have come out truly against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that is the end of it. They have gotten to the end of the road. Before, they were confusing people. They were using his picture. They will pledge loyalty to him today. Tomorrow, they will carpet his family and call his family sibling of iniquity, a family that they lost, and a family that loves him, and a family that has sacrificed more than any one of them can ever imagine to sacrifice. And these are people that I challenge so many times that Emeka must have done that, Mandela too. If you play the tape from Methuselah, apologies are good and they are supposed to be accepted. I've accepted as well, and I ask all of you to accept. But the one question, and I told Darlington and others, I said, wherever you are, okay, most of you are in Nigeria, or if you are far, you are in Europe or West Africa or South Africa. Why didn't you people go and visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Well, I asked this question to so many people. So one person told me that Aloy, they knew these things. That these people, most of them are in Europe, Austria, this and that. That they knew that people were coming from America to visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, including a white man called Bruce. They knew they could come to know the truth, but they did not want to hear the truth from him. They want to be able to be doing propaganda. They wait for us to visit and come out so that anything we say, they will say it is a lie, that we forged it. How do you puncture such a lie? Come and visit now and ask him, do you tell Emeka any such a thing? Did you tell our lawyer Mandela such a thing? They knew. They held a meeting and told everybody must not visit. So when one of them broke free and visited, he's called Reverend Emmanuel. JCI Onyuku or something. They excommunicated him because he used to attack me and attack legal team with the one they call Bishop Wilson, a very good friend. These are the same people that were arrested with me on 10th November when we protested for the release of Mazi. They told me everything. We shared the same cell. They said they had a meeting. That's why they felt they have had enough of lies. So they came and visited Mazi Nnamdi and they started threatening them. And it's the same thing they did to Ben Madabu. They told Ben Madabu that every IPOB member arrested would call his name, ESN member. They were calling him. They were scaring him. It was myself and Mandela that encouraged him to visit. So when he visited Mazi, told him, they now found out that he visited, they excommunicated him and started attacking him immediately so that people would disbelieve him because he made a video and called my name and Nnameka's name. And Mandela, and he was calling us. He said, I want to tell the world that every message Aloy Ejimako delivered was true. Every message Nnameka delivered is true. He was calling them by name. They terrified these people. Let me ask you now, wherever you are in Kuwait, what prevented you from coming to visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? And why are you hiding your face anywhere? If you're a real man, you could have come to visit him, to hear from him, to contradict us. And you, Chike, those you are in Austria or Germany, somewhere.
Switzerland.
And all the rest
Switzerland.
of you. So why didn't you come and visit? Why did you stay there? You wait for me and Nnameka and Mandela and Maswe to come out, and then you start saying that what we came out with is a lie, and that we go in there and lie to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you think we were the only channel of communication he had? You could have come your house, but you didn't want to come because you wanted the lies to perpetuate. And why are you doing this thing you're doing to this man? What has he done to you? Except to bring you up and we'll try to hang with you shoulder to shoulder to fight for freedom and injustice. And you turned around. You are no longer fighting against injustice in the land. You are now fighting.
Vice Chancellor. Okay, but everybody na get biko, no. But I'm on Oku Jugono. You have a lot to say, but it's about 5 years. A lot to say. But this night we must do the need for a bit, People must know the truth, There we Barrister. Let me go to Barrister Nnameka. No? Barrister Nnameka, maybe he also add...
Hello, Esmail, please, can I take 5 minutes break?
Okay.
Yeah, continue, I'll rejoin.
Okay. There we. So, Barrister Nnameka, please, I want to play this this audio, and we want you to tell us who brought this message. This was the first problem that we have in this struggle. They say it was Kanu, but there is a way God do his own thing. Before then, Chukwokika Biama have exposed Chika and asked him to say this. And we have the evidence. And before we continue, we have to welcome Mazi Chiezoku, regional coordinator all the way from America. He's on TikTok. Ichie, you're welcome, sir. Now, but Nnameka, please listen, because we are made to understand that you are the one that brings this message out. Yeah.
And I asked our people, those that I had discussion. I said, but what is the reason? They don't want to give any reason why we should suspend it. And they said he didn't give a reason. And I asked them, but you tell me, what reason would I give Biafrans why I am suspending this sit at home?
So because of our time, we don't have much time. Barrister Nnameka, please, this message, are you the one that brought this message to Chika Polo from our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
That's the message for suspension of sit at home?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Well, the very, very, very first time, IPOB announced sit at home. It was to start on a Monday. We visited Mazen Namdekano on a Wednesday or so. Myself and Ifeanyi Ejiofor.
I think it's from Barrister Nemeka's side. Maybe it's on the way. I don't know. No, Barrister, are you there?
Sorry.
Okay.
What is the meaning of sit at home? And we told him that the Directorate of State has said that every Monday, no shop, no office, no business should open on Monday. And he asked why. We say until he is released. Mazen Namdekano automatically, there and then, said no. If this goes on, then we have entered into the hand of the federal government. That they will use it to ruin our state. That they will use it to finish Biafra land. That's what Mazen Namdekano said. That we should tell them immediately to cancel it. Immediately we came out from visiting Mazen Namdekano. Ifeanyi Ejiofor called people in the DOS, because then I didn't have access to any of them. He called the DOS people and informed them that Mazen Namdekano said they should cancel that sit-at-home, that everybody should go to work that Monday. But the response we got was that, how can they cancel it?
Hello, Barrister. Oh.
It's like a having network issue. It will reconnect.
Okay.
The call is coming in. If I told them whatever it is, they should cancel it. Now, they say okay. They said they will allow that Monday on to go. Then after that, they will direct it should be cancelled. They allowed the Monday on to go. There was a total sit at home. Everyone was calm. Everyone was quiet. There was no movement. Then the next thing, people started challenging that myself and Ifeanyi Ejiofor, we have collected bribe from the federal government. The federal government has bribed us to cancel sit at home. That Mazi didn't tell us anything. So from there, anybody who said Mazi said you should cancel sit at home was branded a federal government agent or saboteur. And that's how the whole thing went on until recently that the sit at home stood cancelled. But otherwise, Mazen Namdekano from the very first sit at home, the very first day of sit at home, said he does not want authorized sit at home, that if we did it, we have entered into the trap of the federal government. Thank you.
Now, Barrister, do you know that a lot of people didn't know that you are not the one that brought this message? Even me, it's not up to 6 months I knew that you are not the one that brought this message. And again, the only person in the picture was Mnklegalteam. They don't even call your name. They say that he have collected 40 million from the governor. They blackmail him. But today, like it's Biafrans, the truth. Now, all those blackmail on Mnklegalteam that he have collected 40 million to stop the sit at home. Today, you have heard from the horse's mouth. The man that brought the message out. And immediately Onyendu was informed. Onyendu said, no, that Nigeria government will have their hands, will fall in the hands of the Nigeria government. And that's exactly what happened. It was on this same sit at home that Chinasa Wankata always say, Onyendu message, keep on coming, keep on coming. Everybody feel reluctant. He said it, we have it. We have it. So, Biafrans, for those of you that blackmail Mnklegalteam lie against him, do you guys now see the truth? Now, because of I don't have much time, there will Barrister Mandela.
Please. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please. Yeah, because I ain't amazing and ken, you know, because okwa yeku kare, no?
Yes.
No? So
I get everybody check for talk, no problem.
so Barrister Mandela, now I want to play the devil's advocate. Why do you guys take Onyendu back to court? Why? Why?
It's laughable. It's very, very laughable because how can a lawyer in a criminal matter now be the one him suing his client, taking him to court? That's where when you see a nincompoop, all these people, they are nincompoop, as in people have no sense. And even the so-called the lawyer that were debriefed, like the name normally says, sacks, will be writing jargon and be supporting them. That is to tell you the level of their atrocity. With the legal team, under the leadership of Aloy Ejimako, there, remember, when they are talking with Tekoyendu, to court, they are talking about after the Supreme Court now send the case back to trial court. What they mean trial court is the court of first instance, that is Federal High Court, back to Justice Binta. And to put the record straight, let me just give little what happened, just in a brief way. Before the case get to Supreme Court, did they ask these people, these disgruntled elements, or these gullible people they are deceiving, have they asked how did that case from Court of Appeal get to Supreme Court? They never asked this question. They're only asking that we took Mazi back to High Court. I will explain. Let me first tell you people back to the High Court, Federal High Court, how the case gets. After the Supreme Court judgment, everybody, even if you are ignorant, you don't really know anything, everybody know that the highest court in this land is Supreme Court. Whenever Supreme Court rules, give judgment, that is the end. That is final. When no other court has anything to say no, we don't. We will take the case again. Supreme Court is the final. If you are not happy, the only thing you can do, you now pray to God. You appeal to God. So on the judgment of the Supreme Court is final. The Supreme Court said that case must be taken back to the trial court. That is the case. They share the case back again to Binta, the Federal High Court, that they should continue. The trial court has to continue with the case. And when a Supreme Court give back verdict, and the lawyers say, no, we will not go. The court will continue. The case will continue. In your absence, that is even dangerous. They will continue the trial in your absence and give their judgment. And remember, our client we are talking is not outside. It's not on bail. Where we say it can now disappear. It's still in detention. If DSS, as we are talking, then he was in DSS headquarters. If DSS, the day of the court reach, they bring out the motor and they bring Mazi out. Mazi say, no, I won't go. They will bundle him inside the motor with their half guns and all the ammunition and carry him to Federal High Court and drop him. And with their security, the court will continue his case until the day you see that he have done all the necessary things. He will speak of whether the lawyers are there or not. the case will go on. Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
Now, the Supreme Court take the case back to the trial court. At that point, at that stage, we, under the leadership of Aloy Ejimako, then as a lead counsel, when they take the case back to the trial court, for complete good 1 year, that case was taken back to the trial court to Binta. We never had a trial. We blocked the trial. In fact, it was at that period that we were able to secure by the secure Mazi to now during the court, he comes to court, he was able to address the press. Talk in court, address the Biafra. It never happened when Ozokome and Joko was, lead counsel. They will bundle Mazi inside the court. As soon as the buyer is away, they bundle him back. They don't even give space for him even to breathe. But when Aloy took over the lead counsel, Mazi, we were able to secure Mazi to talk before, after the trial. You address the press, you address people. And that period, for over 1 year, there was no trial. We blocked because we say there are issues that court need to be, answered or deal with first before, when they cross that stage, which we know that hurdle, they can't be able to cross it in order to lead for trial. And it was those application upon applications, preliminary objections were filing that stopped the trial. No trial. Until get to the point, Binta was recused that he cannot go on with the case. That case was sent back, the case file was sent back to the chief judge for reassignment. We know the battle we went through where they wanted Binta to continue, and we persist. He cannot. At the end, they see that we are very strong and serious before the case was now reassigned to Justice Omotosho. And when the case was reassigned to Justice Omotosho, at that point, at that stage, Agabi came in as the lead counsel with over 7 SAN. When this SAN came in, led by Chief Kano Agabi, all of us step aside. Allah is no longer the lead counsel. All of us were just like we are now errand men, because we are familiar with the case, giving them every document they require. We will provide it for them. The case file, we will sort it out for them. But the discharge is the Agabi is taking the decisions. In fact, several times we have meeting with Chief Kano Agabi. Mnklegalteam can be able to witness. All of us always have, go to him, have meeting with him. For I have to commend Agabi for that, because he will call us to have meeting to discuss any document you need. They ask us. Unlike when Ozokome was leading, who are you for him to call you to come closer? When they will remove your name from even the cost, attendance list of the court, and carry his children that were just called to bar over 1.5 years and placed there. Who are you for you to even come, come meeting? We will quit meeting. But we will have meeting. Agabi will call us meeting. You understand? He's the one taking decision. When we now make our suggestions, as far as for the fact that is the lead counsel, there is a way, in his own way, this is how he practice. This is his own method. And that is the way he will choose. Most of the times, we will disagree with him. Most of the times, we will say, Oga, you have to go and see Mazi to explain this thing to Mazi. You understand that we are not okay with that decision. But if you say so, because you are the lead counsel, SAN for that matter, a two-time Attorney General of the Federation, who are we to begin to, confront you, argue? But you have to see our client, Mazi, to discuss it with him. Appointment with him, you go and meet Mazi. And they discussed at the end. He said this is how he wants to operate. All of us will leave him with other SAA, about 7 of them. So this is the situation we found ourselves throughout that period. They were the one, and the one took decision. When we say Mazi will not go into trial, that from the way we were doing it at the Glitters Court, there are some preliminary objections that I need to place first for James Omotosho to come with it first before if Mazi can be tried or not. And I be saying no. Leave all those things. I'm saying this thing before God and man. Before God and man.
Okay.
All the legal team members can. So the trial went on. And when after the no case submission filed by Chief Kana Gani and the SAA, Omotosho overruled it. At that point in time, we saw where Omotosho is going, that he wants to convict this man. And we keep on shouting. Chief Kana Gani said, no, that since he's saying we should enter into defense, that we will enter into defense. At that point in time, some of us, in fact, the members of legal team are no longer comfortable with it. And Mazi is no longer comfortable with what the Mazi say at that point in time, because James Omotosho have shown everything to say that this is the direction it's going. Even if Jesus Christ come down, he will convict this man. I said at that point, Mazi by himself debrief Agabi. And all the, when we debrief Agabi is the one that brought in all those SAN. So all of them go with him. Mazi said he will handle the case by himself. So let me say this thing here. Because it had gotten to a point where James Omotosho started attacking even us, especially Aloy Ejimako, because you know that this man have led this legal team and we are very formidable. So sometimes even when we try to bring some things that will help, he will attack us. He will attack him. So he was very antagonistic to us. So now, if Aloy taking over again, when you have already made up his mind where he's going. So there are some things lawyers cannot say to a judge. If not, he will hold you for contempt and you will be, the rope. Just like what they did us, Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. As we speak to now, all the members of the legal team are in LPDC, Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, trying us because that we allow Mazi to be insulting Glitter in court. This is it. So imagine when we now took over, and start insulting Omotosho, that one, they will even jail all of us. So there are some things, Mazi, the way Mazi we are confronting Omotosho, the lawyers cannot do that because when you do it to a judge, as a minister in the temple of justice, you will be held for contempt. But they can't hold Mazi because Mazi is doing his step by himself. That was why he can call Omotosho all sorts of names, insult him on his attitude the right day. So that was what happened. Now, how can you say with all these things that we are the one that let Mazi take Mazi to court and jail him? While this Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Ozokome, let me put it clear here, that these people, after Mazi got discharged from Court of Appeal, on the premise of extraordinary rendition propounded and founded by Aloy Ejimako, the legal luminary, the one who brought extraordinary rendition in this country. Many lawyers before now don't know what is called extraordinary rendition, including Chief Mike Osokome and Ifeanyi Ejiofor. In fact, like Mazi said, poor knowledge of law is killing many people. Because poor knowledge of extraordinary rendition that beclouded Ifeanyi Ejiofor, he attacked that extraordinary rendition with his last blood. He called along so many names that a foreign lawyer bringing US when you see a Nikompu talking someone who does not know anything about the laws is claimed to be. He attacked Aloy Ejimako several occasions to make sure that that extraordinary edition didn't come to see the light of the day. When Mazi posted it on them, that was form the basis of argument in court. I'm talking at the Court of Appeal. I never, maybe when I finish it, when you now ask me, I'll tell you how it's not Aloy Ejimako's will. That one is coming. But I'm telling you what they did at the Court of Appeal. Those that claim that they know the law, they didn't take Mazi into problem. The problem Mazi is suffering today, that we are doing damage control, trying to resolve all the legal blunders they cause. That the people today, talking jargons. After that case, extraordinary edition was won at the Court of Appeal. At the Court of Appeal, haven't Ifeanyi Ejiofor attacked this extraordinary edition? Aloy Ejimako wrote everything concerning extraordinary edition from beginning to end. Nothing was added by Ifeanyi Ejiofor or Osokome. How could they add something they never know nothing about? Can you put something on nothing and expect it to stand? They don't have the knowledge of extraordinary edition. So how could they have added any is or worse argument in it? How? That is to tell you they never added. In fact, Mazi even added when Aloy brought all these arguments and gave Mazi even added some things, Do you believe that even like you write now to the point you put etc. the same things Mazi added and etc. The same way Ifeanyi copied the whole thing, copied every thing that are not supposed to be included. He copied everything, both the one man. When Mazi saw it, Mazi was amazed. He was shocked. They copied and copied, they say when you, like in example, when you are now want to giraffe, copy from the head, you should copy wisely. Not when somebody is copying, even copying you are, when you say, hey, my name is John, you also say my name is John too. He copied the same thing. He didn't have the idea that if this person that you copy say my name is John, you should have copied say my name is Uche. But you copy also my name is John. That's what he did.
Okay, Barrister. Ndewo. We are coming. We are still coming, and I can't move on.
I am back.
Yeah. The White Council. I White Council. I'm coming. Before then, actually, kai mululu na amu obele with this thing, with this video.
Okay.
Kai mululu obele amu first.
Okay.
Get out of my life! Are you mad? In a state what you talk my and stop this. Get out of my life! You're going now and shame.
I am paranoid. My brother is paranoid.
Help me! Help! Help me! Help!
oti mgbodomgbo wute eziokwu Chineke. Now, anyị abịa n'obi master prophet. Master prophet, biko, achọrọ m ka ị gee message a nụnwa. Ka anyị ma iwe ya agwa anyị na this thing, na this message. Yeah. Here we go.
I possess the capacity required in every ramification to wreak havoc. The sort of havoc you have never imagined in your dreams. But I have endured so much in this journey. I have stayed my hands and I have stayed my tongue because I understand that once I give in to the bait of these morons, then because I understand that once I give in to the bait of these morons, then
So, Master Prophet, you know, because I have much time, I don't want to play the video fully. Because Kevin, why you going at this thing? Because
Alefu. Onye ahụ the ringleader. Cancer ahụ the coup plotter. Ayawo the ringleader of this coup. Ọ dị mma egbo okwu so kirikiri. Oh, this woman who the ringleader. Oh, ya wo oke nọ n'ụlọ gwụrụ oke nọ n'ama. No ifrife ogri nọ n'ime ngịga. Oh, ya wo onye ahụ na-akụrụ ha ogele n'ime ọhịa. Oh, ya wo onye ahụ ya na nwanne ya kwuje ịchụ nta. Ahapụ uze ọsa na uze a ga-agba na-agba akpịrịkpa ọkpa onye ha na ha kwuje ịchụ nta. Oh, ya wo onye ahụ kwụrụ na gidigbam with this efulefu a na-akpọ ejiọfụ. Ọwụkwa ejiọfụ ka ele ahụ ya kara white ejiọfụ. Oh, ya wo madam ejiọfụ. Oh, ya wo madam Chikedoziem. Oh, ya wo madam ndị egide a ga-agba ọzọ na ndị akpakrati ngom egide a ga-agba ọzọ ndị efulefu lọlọ ndị akpakrati ngom. Oh, ya wo onye isi ha. Kansa mee gị na-ete ya emetọlịtọ alefuone. Ọ dị mma ka o nwere ihe ndị Igbo na-asị agba otu ya atọ n'ogwe, agba abụọ ya atọ n'ogwe, agba atọ ya atọ n'ogwe. Ọwụ ogwe ka e mere na-akọ. Ọwụ nwaanyị efulefu akpakrati ngom onye isi ndị akpakrati ngom lọlọ efulefu. Ọ ya wụ onye isi ndị ihe niile. So ihe ọ na-akọ wụ trumpet ọ na-afụ n'ime ụlọ. Chineke mee na ebere ọ pụtazie na bịa fụọ ya n'ezi ọka anyụọna ala efuone maka ihe ka IPOB na-eji agbaghara aghara. Maka ihe onye na-eri Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Ezebiro, Supreme Commander, onye ndu onye na-eri wakrotele na-eji na n'ime ụlọ. And o rigide n'ime ụlọ pụtazie na-eji bịa ji akọmgba ya. But aga m ekwu ọtụtụ okwu gbasara kansa ahụ or Delilah ahụ or that winning. Because they are working the one Biafra spiritually they kwuo n'okwu. Ihe Chukwu jiri m ka m kwuru. Asị m in 2015 no cancer to Nnamdi Ezebiro, Nnamdi Kanu. N'ọkwa cancer to IPOB o setiene. Aga m ewere ohere nyere m just ya wụ na ya ekpe leta aga m ajụ Vice Counsel na Barrister Mandela and Barrister Nnemeka ka ha tee ọnụ na ihe for 1 or 2 minutes. Elee ihe ha mere nwaanyị ji ọhụụ gị kpọọ gị shi ọtọgbọ nwanne Nnamdi Kanu ọwụhụ na ya a problem iji thunder fire nne Nnamdi Kanu just like Ikenga ọwụhụ na ya problem isi na Nnamdi Kanu n'ụlọ ha wee ebe ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwaanyị befa na arụ onwe fa aka n'ike ọwụhụ na ya problem but gị kpọta Ojiofọ aha kara white Ojiofọ ya chakịa ama ajụjụ m nwere n'ụbọchị taa to Barrister Lawyer Ejimako, to Barrister Lawyer, to Barrister Mandela and Barrister
Emeka.
Barrister Nnemeka. Ele ihe ha mere nwaanyị na-eji eri ha ụwa krọtịlị. Nwaanyị na-eji egbu ha mma mmiri. Ele ihe ha mere ihe. Ha ele ihe hụ ha na-achọghị ịkpọ aha. Ele ihe ha mere ihe. Ohe m na-ajụ. Ndewo. Ọ bụrụ na ọ ga-ekpe m mgbe divine kwuchara or whatever ha kọtụkọrọ naanị ele ihe ha mere nwaanyị o ji kpọọ ha ụgwụ ha rụọ ọrụ ọma niile ya sị na ọ dị ya mma ihe niile ha mere wụcha nshi ihe niile ha mere wụcha ụchụ but ọ gaghị awụ achịkọta ekpe ọnụ Ojiofọ ihe ọbụla ọ mere ya na-ahụ ya ka mgbọ na-ehi ya aja n'ukwu ele ihe lọya atọ ele ihe ha mere ihe ha gwanye eziokwu. Ndewo.
Yeah, ndewo. Yeah. Divine Mother, onwe okwu ị chọrọ ikwu na do you want to contribute in this issue?
Don't need to go to
huh? No. All Divine Mother ka anyị na-ajụ.
Okay. What can I say? I have nothing to say other than that karma is a deadly bitch. What goes around comes around. You can't spend your life screwing people over and you feel it's enough. I don't care who you are. Karma doesn't rush. Karma serves it cold. And your attitude or your behavior will tell people whether you're telling the truth or not. That's the only thing I can say. I don't have much to say in regards to that because I have an integrity to protect. When the Dragon King comes out, he will take care of everything by himself. Thank you.
Yeah. Ndewo. Divine Mother, wonderful. Thank you so much. So the Wise Counsel, the question Master Prophet asked. Do you want to respond to the question before we go to you? No?
Yeah.
The question Master Prophet
Ask me now.
Yeah.
Ask him ele ihe lawyer atọ Barrister Lawyer Ejimako and Mandela and Barrister Nnemeka ele ihe nnu mere kansa ahụ o ji kpọọ nna ụgwụ ele ihe nnu mere ya
Onye
Uchechi
our leader's wife.
Okay, let me come in here. This thing about transferred aggression. Everybody knows that Uchechi Game, Onyendu's wife, all the very close to the DOA, and all the very, very, very close to Ifeanyi Ejiofor. So when you are close to people like that, and these are people that hate the legal team, this whole thing was about, fighting for Ifeanyi Ejiofor to be the sole lawyer, the only lawyer to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That wasn't going to be possible. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case is very complex case. It's too complex for one lawyer to handle it, not to talk of Ifeanyi Ejiofor. So he needed a lot of lawyers, SANs and non-SANs. For those listening tonight, we don't have a very smart lawyer to be an SAN. It's a title. You can get it through being smart. You can also get it through old boy network of having the right connections. You can also be a non-SAN and be a very smart lawyer. All over the world, including Nigeria, the legal profession is the most collegial profession. Learned friends and all that. So that is why in any case, you can see 10 lawyers, 20 lawyers, to 5 lawyers. It's not the same way you see doctors crowding over a patient. You don't see nurses crowding. It's very collegial. But unfortunately, those that were members of the legal team before we took over did not have that collegial spirit. They were very provincial and parochial and narrow-minded. So with this alliance with DOAs and with Barisifa Ejiofor created a situation where Onyendu's wife just hated us on sight. I have her text messages here. She can't deny it in my WhatsApp. There was a particular one she sent that was very toxic and very hostile, contained explicit threats. But I think in few seconds she changed her mind and deleted it. But before she deleted it, I already made a screenshot. See, I was trained in America, so the moment I saw that message, I knew that maybe someone would be there and say, what have you done on her conscience? So before she deleted it, I made screenshot. Even the ones she did not delete, she gave me an explicit warning. Wherever you are tonight, Onyendu's wife, if you're listening, you warned me several times with text message, and your dad, your father is away. I asked your father to ask you what I have done wrong. And your father did not like what you did, and your father apologized to me. Mandela is away.
Very correct.
Yes, Mandela is away. I was wondering what I did. I didn't do anything to her. Nemeka didn't do anything to her. No, none of us. Okay? Mandela used to be the one to drive her from Abuja under very terrible weather and hectic conditions from Abuja to Omaya. But she doesn't talk to Mandela. Why? Because Ejiofor hates Mandela. Ejiofor doesn't want, he doesn't even talk to Mandela. He didn't treat Mandela particularly very well, like a fellow lawyer. So the lady just joined Ejiofor in hating Mandela, and she hates me too, because she figured two things. I was very close to Mandela, and I was also that they hated, and I was also very close to Onyendu that they were planning against. Okay, and that plan has come out here now, because I was wondering, why is she going from one media house to the other, criticizing her husband and her husband's family and exposing them to odium and contempt and controversy? So it's a matter of transferred aggression. They tried to block Mandela from seeing Onyendu for almost 1 year. They succeeded until I broke, that jinx, that gridlock. So these are part of my sins, that I was able to open the door again for Mandela and Onyendu to have a rapport, because I noticed that he had a special talent that could be helpful to the legal team. And I made sure I made that known to Onyendu, and Onyendu began to see it more clearly. So he now, was opted back as a full-fledged and highly respected member of the legal team. They didn't like that. I cannot speak for Nemeka or anything, but I can speak for Mandela, because we are very close. So every tribulation, everything, every attack, we were undergoing these things together. So she remained close to them, and then she gave me a warning in writing.
You are perfectly correct.
Her father is away. She said, Aloy, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Even if I know, I don't want to know. It is if I know that should be briefing me. Don't brief me. And I told Onyendu. She turned around and told Ejiofor to go and tell Onyendu that I am not briefing her. When I went, Onyendu asked me, I said, Onyendu, see you. And Mandela was there. And Onyendu understood. And somewhere I was able to show him. Okay, so he knew. You see how they play? And then she came on Radio Biafra and all kinds of places and said that I wasn't briefing her. But she was the one that told me not to brief her. You see, and warned me and told me that if I tried to contact her, she would do to me what she did to Barrister Beta. That's when I started asking, who is Barrister Beta? They said that was Onyendu's first lawyer, and he won 1 or 2 cases in court at the time, but they did him in. You see how they do. Obeta didn't do anything wrong. Now I examined the record, I examined the file. I saw that it was Obeta that won the first bail for Onyendu that they dishonored at the magistrate court and the high court as well before the bail of Victor came. And he was able to reduce the charges and things like that. So from the file, in accordance with my own evaluation, he did very well. So when she threatened me, I said, oh, so this is how you work very hard and succeed, and you still be done in like he did to Obeta. She mentioned the name. And she was going all over the place saying I wasn't briefing her, but how can you have human beings like this? You are the one that told me to stop, that you want to be hearing from a Joffo, not from me. And then you went around social media and Radio Biafra and started saying I wasn't briefing you. And then because of that, you blew a dog whistle to your so-called admirers and followers to start attacking me as someone who disrespects the Supreme Leader's wife, when you were the one that blocked me. And she forgot, she didn't forget.
Good that everybody now is hearing from the horse's mouth.
I'm telling the public tonight that for almost 2 years, if not 2 years exactly, or a little more even by months, this was before she threatened me. I was responsible for paying her rent in the UK through Avid and World Igbo Congress. The gloves are off, so we can talk freely now. He's not going to put anybody in any kind of jeopardy or whatever. Anybody would have put her in jeopardy at the time. If I had come out to speak, Avid would have stopped supporting her. World Igbo Congress would have stopped supporting her. Then Nayanya probably would have stopped sending money to her. The money that Nayanya, that she disrespects publicly and criticizes, Nayanya was sending money to her through me. I was the go-between because they were not on speaking terms. So Onyendu's wife would send the details of her account, routing number, everything, Swift code, everything is in my phone to me, and I'll send it to Nayanya based on Onyendu's instruction, and Onyendu will send, Nayanya will send money to that account. If there's a problem with the bank, I start figuring it out. So there was a time we started feeling that there could be issues. So when I contacted Avid, by then we have not become very close to Avid. Neither me, nor Kanunta, nor Prince. The Avid was just there. I told them, I asked them, they held a meeting live. Dr. Sylvester Onya is alive. They had a Zoom meeting with me, and I presented her matter. So they sent $10,000. And they were wondering how they were going to send it. I said, don't send it to me. Send it to her directly in UK. They said they don't want to be running around doing that. It may look somehow. America has some kind of strict banking regulation. So I say, okay, wait. I called my senior brother, Dr. Jude Chimako, who lives in Texas. He's alive. I said, bro, see what is going on. He said, well, for you, I can take the risk. If I go to jail, you have to take care of my family and everything. If you want to send me to jail, send me to jail in America. I said, I won't send you to jail. If this thing is dangerous, I wouldn't call you. He now agreed. So he gave me his account information. I gave it to Avid. Avid sent it to him. I got the account information of Onyendu's wife from her, and I sent it to my brother, and my brother sent the money. Avid did this thing 2 times. And then Nayanya once. Then World Igbo Congress came up with, I think, $7,000 through me. Does she know World Igbo Congress? Does she even know who their secretary or president is? No, I was the one that called them. Mandela Bonyendo. Mandela is my living witness. He's my right-hand man. He was always with me there. He knows everything. If I die today, the man will testify.
You are very correct.
All he needs to do is anybody that has the passcode of Aloy's phone should enter it. That Aloy keeps record. All the records are in my phone and in iCloud because I use Apple. If I'm changing phone, I transfer to iCloud. When I get a new phone, everything will download. So nobody can deny anything. If you deny, I'll publish it, and I'll publish more that may put you in trouble that I'm not even talking about here. The same concern that Avid had, World Igbo Congress had it because of her name. But my senior brother volunteered to face the danger. And the money was sent to my senior brother and it was sent to her. When the money was being sent, it wasn't all of it. So she made a request. Her sister visited Onyendu. Onyendu said, well, from that money, I should send the sister $1,000. My brother had to send the sister $1,000 in Nigeria for one thing or the other. Onyendu approved it. Okay? So there was even something Adanne Nenaya Opukanu was supposed to do for Onyendu that was going to cost $1,000. Adanne is alive today. Something critical. I'm aware of what she was going to do. And it was more than one, it will cost more than $1,000. And then Onyendu told me to take care of it. I called my brother in Texas and forwarded Adanne's bank information to my brother. I went to the bank and made a mistake and sent the $1,000 to Onyendu's wife's sister. Till today, me and Adanne, we just had to figure out how else we could get another money to execute that project. I couldn't get the money back. My brother made a mistake. I have the record. And my brother felt so bad. I said, bro, don't feel so bad. You have tried. You have a lot of banking. I'm bothering you so much. Don't worry. Let me find a way to make a make. So me and Adanne, we figured it out. Mandela is away.
Very correct.
It is after this, so it is after all these things, so like 6 months or 7 months later, I don't know, there was a briefing I sent to her. So I think it's that by that time they had a meeting that they were going to destroy the legal team. She changed. It's like somebody you went to the bush to hunt with your fellow hunter, and he turned around and started telling you that you look like an antelope. I'm telling you, this is exactly what this woman did to me. I said, I didn't do anything wrong except to send her a briefing. Mandela, this thing happened around the time that what's that Ingwa doctor in Asokoro?
Dr. Kelechi.
Mba, the one that works with Ndukwe, Dr. Ndukwe, the heart doctor now in Asokoro that was taking care of women before Ayaj came. Dr. Achilihu. When Dr. Achilihu, one certain Dr. Achilihu, anybody listening tonight will remember a certain period that Onyendu was attending medical treatment outside under the supervision of a cardiologist called Dr. Achilihu. I was the person in conjunction with Kanunta and Mandela and Prince that arranged it. That was the period that DOS wrote a letter under the hand and seal of Mnklegalteam firing me. They said they have sacked me as Onyendu's lawyer and they have banned me from this. These things were all happening at the same time. I don't know them. They don't know me. How can you sack somebody you did not hire? That's why when I responded, I said, I told the media that Mnklegalteam wrote a letter. That, they don't understand English. their media warriors picked it up and said I have insulted Chike. He's a one Chike now because I don't know him. If I knew him, I would say one Chike because I don't know who he is. Somebody I don't know wrote a letter to the media, not to me, that Aloy Ejimako has been sacked as Onyendu's lawyer and I am banned from visiting DSS to see Onyendu. Do you see how foolishly terrible these people are? How can you ban me from going to DSS? That DSS has no power to ban me or us. Mandela and them, when DSS even tries to mess up with our visitation rights to Onyendu, we went to court, didn't we?
Exactly.
We went to court and threatened to arrest the Director General of DSS. And you call yourself DOS. DOS that is based somewhere in Europe, I don't know. And you are banning me. Somebody has never met from seeing Onyendu. It was all at the same time. So it was a plan. So I sent her a long text message briefing her about Onyendu's visitation with an examination with Dr. Achilihu and things about his medical report and things like that. Because Onyendu instructed me to do that. She now sent me a text and said, this is the last time. She's warning me that she doesn't know who I am, that is Barrister Jofford she wants to hear from. So you remember when a DOA sacked me as Onyendu's lawyer, they said that I am not supposed to be the one to arrange for a doctor for Onyendu. Remember Mandela?
Yeah.
They said it's supposed to be Osokeme and Ejiofor. How can you be choosing lawyer for a client that is not well? You now prefer that a certain set of lawyers will be the one to arrange for him to see a doctor. When Onyendu himself gave me direct instruction, myself and Prince, and then Mandela became our road runner. Each time we went to Asokoro, Onyendu went there. I went with Mandela. He would drive our seat. We'll go there. DSS will tell us to park very far.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I tell Mandela, park foul. They might start shooting us that we have come to do rescue operation or jailbreak because they've been looking very hostile to us. These were the dangers I was facing. Onyendu gave me direct instruction to arrange a physician. And you are telling you as DOS, you are not in Nigeria, you are blocking me. You said I'm not supposed to be the one that is a Zokema and a Joffo that is supposed to do it. And they made a publication against me and said, fellow Biafrans, it's midnight again in Nigeria, that our lawyer is bringing a doctor to operate on Onyendu's ear at the DSS. Mandela, remember? That I was bringing a doctor to operate on Onyendu. And Onyendu's wife knew all these things. She did not come out to say, please, you people should stop this. So when she started hating on me, I did an analysis and all these things fit together. And at the end of the day, the bottom line is any henchman, I say it again, anybody they notice that is strong and dedicated and loyal and committed to the matter of Onyendu, they want to undo that person. They want to undo that person. So legal team became a target because of that. Canon became a target. Alane became a target. The entire family, including Master Prophet and Prince. And then they wanted to target Opoko. That is the most outstanding cousin on Wadiana that they have in the Oku family, an archbishop that is respected worldwide. Can you imagine? The same Emma Powerful that I was speaking with. Emma Powerful gives me a message for Onyendu and I give message back to him, instructions, all kinds. It is the same Emma Powerful that these people came out and told the Nigerian media and the whole world that there is no Emma Powerful, that Emma Powerful was a pen name, thereby destroying reputation that Emma Powerful has built for POB, and inside our POB, this is founded in 2012. destroying. So the media were now saying, oh, so it was all a lie. So there was no, we've been deceived. This is a publication from DOS. Why? Because the more powerful stopped taking the wrong instructions from them. They were telling the man to go and do defamation against me and the legal team. He refused. And for him to write publication against Kanunta and Prince. And even something that he will write that if you read it indirectly, it will be against Onyendu. He refused. They came to the media and declared that there was no more powerful. Media people were calling me and said, so this thing has been deception all along. Now look at the impact it now has on them. Their media release or press release, nobody reads it, nobody publishes it. Because everything is now seen as fake. All kinds of damages they did to themselves by their own hands. So my brother, Master Prophet, they even accused you and I. They made a publication and said that when he came to Nigeria, I came to your place and you gave me one chicken that you in egg or Lucy. That you went to a shrine. That you went to a shrine and dedicated the chicken and came and killed the chicken and gave it to me. Why? Because when we were enjoying the chicken at your place, we made a video and published. It became a cannon fodder for them for propaganda. They said I ate a chicken. I got an arrow. Can you imagine? So this is how low. This is how low these people sank. And well-meaning people that mean well for us in the political family outside, because I used to tell Onyendu that IPOB is bigger than IPOB. It's bigger than DOS. It's bigger than coordinator this and that. IPOB is entire Igbo. People might be in government and you are talking about them being in government or whatever. In their hearts, the IPOB. So when they call me, they say, Aloy, what is going on? Who are these people? Where are they? I said, I don't know. It's like they're in Europe. They said, why can't they come and visit their Oga now? What is wrong with them? Yeah. So, it was terrible. So they just wanted to get everybody out of the way so they would deal with Onyendu's matter the best way they can. They are the same people that were spreading rumor that Onyendu was injected in the brain in Kenya, that he doesn't have his faculties right. I'm sure these two members of the legal team with me here tonight have had it, and it's from the same set of people.
And cancer never challenged it.
They made up the story, so they discuss it amongst themselves. So when they say we are disobeying Onyendu, they have their reason based on lie. And when they say Kanunta is misleading him, Allah is misleading him, Legatin is misleading him, Nnemeka is misleading him, don't you know what they are trying to say? They are saying that Onyendu is vegetative, that he cannot think or speak for himself. So that time they muscled him. When he came to court, he never used to speak. They were using it in their small group discussions. You know, someone was saying in the audio, he don't know the intelligence we have. Look at him talking about intelligence. If I tell him the intelligence at my disposal, the man will run away. I have my own intelligence. We have our own intelligence. They kept him moved in the court so that some rumor will be circulating amongst their little conclave, their little ignorant conclave that something is wrong with Onyendu upstairs. But when this legal thing came, I am proud to say it will open the door. Onyendu began to speak freely in court and people now, they started losing people. People started questioning them. The intelligence I have, some of their men went to them and said, you will not tell us, say, this man, the injector. That's why when he came to court, they can't speak. Hey, they said, this Onyendu, that is not that Onyendu is a liar. It is the legal team that, our legal team that accomplished it. To kill that rumor, he killed, and they lost like 30 to 40% of their supporters and people that they deceived.
Of their bingos.
Know how to track social social media, I track it. When Onyendu began to speak in court, they began to argue among themselves. The loyalists started departing. Because I'll bring that message. They go to a meeting and say, this message is from somebody who is mental. That he doesn't have
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes.
We're listening.
Yeah, they used to say that he didn't have his senses right. That is the reason they were doing what they were doing. And they knew it was a lie.
And so again, Uchechi did not rebuke them.
Kanunta misled him, Prince misled him. What they are saying in fact is that he cannot think for himself. So when he started speaking in court, their own people started asking them. So a man that talks like this, that is the same man you said they were misleading, they began to ask them questions. And this was part of the reason that led to their downfall, how fast he became. So they began to have division in their ranks because people now saw that they were lying. They were seeing a lot of things. So they began to, struggle inside to hold that lie together like somebody, Ismail said it, that no matter how long people push out lie, they are one day, very soon, the lie will collapse. So the whole lies started collapsing. Look at the way Onyendu's wife was talking to that lady, that woman. They call it Nneka. I mean, I watched it. I was shocked. So you could see the discomfiture, the uncomfortability, the way those things were not normal at all to me. Those things are abnormal. I don't understand it. So whatever they contrived did not succeed, and that is why they are running scared and talking the way they are talking and acting the way they are acting in a disorganized manner. So, my brother, that's all I can tell you. And this African Commission thing, victory that I won single-handedly, at that time I had not even met Mandela and Meka. That was in 2017 that I found that in December, sequel to the Python dance and Onyendu's, after the Python dance and everything. So I filed this petition at the African Commission, which is like African Union. And in March 2018, they issued a decision. And they addressed that decision to the elect President Buhari, urging him and directing him to stop the prosecution of Onyendu, that it is persecution. And not only him, also IPOB. I filed it on behalf of IPOB and Onyendu. The documents are there. As well as I can say to you, you can post on your list. So, we won it to stop the prosecution, to stop arrest, and to reverse the proscription of IPOB and tagging it a terrorist group. All these decisions are there. And the African Commission on Human and People Rights, under Section 12 of Nigerian Constitution, is above every court here. Is a decision that we have to implement. Okay? So now, after this decision was won, they asked for it. They asked for it, and I sent it to him with a memo. Do you know that they've been giving this decision to their people who are seeking for political asylum and refugee status in Europe, and they are succeeding? So I'm asking myself, what kind of men will be using the decision that I won? By the time I won in Enugu State, before Enugu State High Court, which also declared that the manner of prescribing IPOB was unconstitutional, they had pushed me aside. But I published the decision, on my social media network. According to my intelligence, they printed it and they are giving it to their people. And once the asylum authorities in Europe, and someone told me that they charge money for that.
Yeah.
Once asylum authorities in Europe see the decision from African Union and letter from Enugu State High Court, they give them automatic asylum. They use these things, they sit on it, and then they go to all kinds of places and attack me with lies and blackmail, and they were still able to sleep. So I asked myself, are these people human beings or just devils? Don't they have conscience? Don't they have basic tendency? They are using this man's decisions or victories he won, and they're even using the one that was won in Kenya. If you look at the Kenyan decision, 30 to 40% of that decision, the court was calling Prince Emmanuel Kanu. Mandela will be I'm the one that drafted the affidavit. Prince is not a lawyer, he couldn't have drafted it. But Lumumba, I'm the one that wrote letter to Lumumba retaining his services on instructions of Onyendu. So Lumumba told me to do an affidavit for him. So I said, counsel, as a lawyer, we try to avoid this. Because if I do an affidavit, if the court in Kenya requires someone to come and testify, I have to travel to Kenya, and this may lead to Onyendu's case suffering. Because Onyendu's case was bumper to bumper. Every day, me and Mandela visited DSS every day. Sometimes Nemeka will go if we are not available to submit letter of visitation. And we are going to DSS 3 times every week, all of us, ask for legal team. I said the brother might even be more credible. Because a lawyer, you know how lawyers are regarded. They think we're too smart, so they may think he's a makeup. So we agreed, me and Lumumba, that Fine Boy will be the deponent, the person to sign the affidavit. So I drafted it for him. He deposed to it at the Federal High Court, and I sent it to Lumumba. It was that affidavit that won the case in Kenya. The case, the judgment is somewhere in the media. If you ask AI, they will point you to where it is. I think Kenyan High Court even published it. If bring out the judgment, I think my assessment of 40% is even low. Maybe 60% of what that court was doing, they were paraphrasing and rephrasing what I wrote in that affidavit that Fine Boy, Prince Emmanuel Kanu signed.
Not like hearsay affidavit of a job, not like
thank you, unlike that. So the affidavit was kakaraka, because Fine Boy was testifying the way I wrote it from personal knowledge, that I visited my brother on such and such date at such and such time at DSS, and this is what he told me that happened to him in Kenya. But direct, the court believed it and bought it and rendered judgment based on that. But guess what is meant? When this matter was being fought, they went to the media and started attacking Lumumba and Kanunta. Kanunta was Lumumba's paymaster. So any email, me and Kanunta and Lumumba, we created email loop. So Kanunta was like Lumumba's paymaster dogger. Then I'm Lumumba's partner. If Lumumba's legal associate, if he needed anything legal, whatever, I give it to him. I write it and give it to him. He was reporting to Kanunta. These people were attacking Kanunta, attacking me, attacking Lumumba over the Kenyan case. But after it was won, they started using it anyhow for political asylum. And they will tell you that DOS went underground.
And they know they come out from that underground.
Okay, Barrister.
That is what the only way.
Yeah.
Allow other lawyers to wait in 1 or 2 minutes. My question, please, if it's possible.
Make the point at the very end. It's when people are ignorant and when people lack capacity, they get angry with themselves. After getting angry with themselves, they get angry with the next person that lacks capacity. From June 2021 to when Onyendu's case finished, the DOS did absolutely nothing. Zero. They couldn't, so they were feeling impotent. During the time of Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, I was working closely with the Bindmans in the UK, the Onyendu's lawyers in the UK. I helped to prepare the memo because they didn't have information. They didn't come to Nigeria now, so they were relying on me. Every document that the Bidmans were using, I was sending to them, and my name was being mentioned in court in the UK. So they said, Lord, give us information that we are going to push to Boris Johnson when he goes on sideline with Buhari for him to mention Onyendo. They drafted movie. I now said to them, they added their own. They said to me, we now agreed, and we made it a bullet point. It was half page. The Bidmans are very big lawyers in UK. They now gave it to Boris Johnson through his people, his PAs and everything. So when they came to the side, like they even had to train Boris Johnson on how to pronounce as in Nankano. In that document, I have it in the file. You know how you go to the dictionary will write something and they will show you the symbol of how to pronounce it. So to pronounce Mazi Nnamdi, they wrote it M-A-A, Mazi. They didn't write M-A, they wrote Mazi. They said that's the way the Prime Minister will be able to pronounce it. Then Nnamdi Kanu, they wrote M-N-A-D-I. So your Boris Johnson said, Mazi Muda Kanu. What are you doing with him? I hear you're not allowing lawyers to see him. He's sick, this and that. You're not. Buhari started denying. Do you know that Chida Samuel went to Radio Biafra and said that it was DOS went on the ground and did one thing. That is why Boris Johnson mentioned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name. I told Mandela this thing has gotten very bad. Though. These people are impotent people. Hey! I may see a man jacking on the ground.
Yes,
what do you mean that you went on the ground? And that was why Boris Johnson mentioned the matter of Nnamdi Kanu with Buhari.
Vice Council, because he won't Vice Council, you will almost something machoka. I want you guys to look into it. Three of you, please. I want you guys to listen to classify. It's very important because now
good that everybody now is hearing from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Now, Maz, now I want you to clarify this appeal court and a federal high court where we are. What transpired in appeal court to federal high court, please.
The issue of appeal court is very, very disappointing.
This is a program, previous program from Mnklegalteam Kanu. So Ume was asking, because I want you to listen to the video, so that he can respond. And also Barrister Nnamdi will respond, and Barrister Mandela, please.
Disappointing for obvious reasons. The people that are supposed to give Onyendo the best defense, protection, ended up messing up his case. In quote, I can say that they betrayed Onyendo. But I have to summarize this in two ways, two sentences. Why the stay? Because I heard many people talking about Onyendo will not stand trial, Onyendo will not stand trial, yes. But this is something that ought to have happened earlier. And why they are saying these things? Because they never understood what happened. And they never read the ruling of the appeal court, which I posted in my wall. And you know, sometimes they are reluctant. They want people to explain everything to them before they can understand. What I have to say is this. One, that Barrister, I will say that Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor was a witness to the same case he was defending. This is the reason for the state of execution.
Okay.
That he was a witness to the same case he is defending. And the appeal court found that Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor affidavit is contradictory, laden with hearsay, and did not pass the legitimacy and credibility of law. Quote, that was why they stayed to execution. So this is for those who do not know what happened, and for those who don't want to read and who don't want to understand, because people are telling them what to believe, people are telling them what to do, and they swallowed it. Who can think it? That is why we are where we are today, because they refused to understand what happened, because they could not read the judgment. But I'm glad Onyendu have sacked them. And that is the end of discussion.
Wow.
So the White Council, you know, you heard what White Council said. Please, we need more deeper analysis on this topic, please. Where people did not understand what happened in appeal court in regard of state execution. What happened? Why did the court granted federal government the state execution? Please, White Council, please take the microphone.
Okay, well, Talent pretty much explained this matter from the layman's point of view, but it was he did it with clarity. I recall that in the previous program that Mandela and Nemeka appeared as guests, Mandela also tackled the matter from a different angle, even though it wasn't given enough time. I think it was towards the end. Anyway, this is how it played out. You know, the Court of Appeal discharge was won on October 13, 2022. So, on October 14, 2022, if I'm correct, it might have been the same day of the Court of Appeal winning the case. Giving the judgment. Either on 13th in the evening or the following day, I went to Arise interview. They called me, they invited me. When they called me and invited me, I said, well, have you spoken to my other colleagues? They said, well, nobody is willing to come. They didn't mean Mandela and Nemeka. They meant the people that claimed that they won the case. So they said, we have confidence in you. This extraordinary rendition thing, we have seen that you are the one that has the best understanding of it. So they persuaded me. So I went to Arise. I think I went to with Mandela. We drove my Hummer. We went there, parked, and I went off stage. So they interviewed me and they tackled me. I think it was the following day, yes. Because the Federal Executive Council held a meeting and they said that they were not going to release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. So the topic of the discussion was whether they were duty bound to release Nnamdi Kanu. I told them yes. Okay, that was when the trial and acquitted happened. They said he wasn't acquitted. I said, okay, even then, have they read the judgment? They said yes. I said, did you see where the court struck out all the charges and discharged him? They said yes. I said, well, I told Arise that here that I'm sitting right now, let us say it is the court or the jail, that once a court strikes out charges and discharges somebody, he goes home from there. Maybe if he goes back to jail, maybe they brought him to court. If they take him back to jail, it's just to process him, so he will take his clothes and go home. They said, really? I said, yes. And they had their laptop, so they kept typing and asking Google. So they agreed with me on this. Then they said, where's the way out? I said, well, the federal government is saying pre-rendition charges and post-rendition. Before I talk of pre-rendition charges, which have been obliterated, you have to release the man first. Then if there is any post-rendition offense of which there was none at the time, at that time there was no offense anymore, you allow him to go home. If you want, you can charge him again, including me. It plays out every day. I say every layman knows this. But you see, those other lawyers that are claiming victim, they were not pushing this point of view. There was no strong effort to have Mazen Nnamdi Kanu released. So the thing gave the federal government a wiggle room, an open window to begin to explore legal abracadabra. So they now went to the Court of Appeal and filed an application, a civil application to stay execution of a criminal judgment. The Court of Appeal, in a record time that I have seen since I returned from America, sat over that motion on the 26th of October. That is a record time, 13 days. Myself, Barrister Nemeka and Mandela, they are witnesses to cases we have in court for the past 5 or 4 years. And you saw how long Onyendu's case took. But it took 13 days to grant the federal government the stay. And the reason they gave, we can give you the document, Kanunta has the document as well. They said, you know, the deponent, the person that signed the affidavit, wherever you are today, if you're listening, you signed the affidavit. If signed the affidavit opposing the federal government's request for stay. Like someone said before, I think Mandela, he also was part of the lawyer in the case. But putting that aside, in the affidavit, he was saying, Osokome told me, Barrister Mike Osokome told me that on such and such date, this is what happened to Nnamdi Kanu. Osokome told me. The Court of Appeal is aware that he had been on this case since 2015. Osokome came into the case just few months ago. Don't they read the newspaper? Don't they read other things? Didn't they read the file and saw that you visit Mazen Nnamdi Kanu occasionally, once a week, sometimes twice a week? So why couldn't you say that on such and such date I visited Mazen Nnamdi Kanu at DSS and this is what he told me? Why was he saying that Osokome told me? Listen, Zumezu, every lawyer knows what is called hearsay. So if you want to give an affidavit and make it hearsay deliberately, you can do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Very well.
So by saying Osokome told me, he created an opportunity. He created a very attractive, undeniable, big opportunity for the Court of Appeal to say that his affidavit is hearsay. And hearsay evidence is not admissible. And that's exactly what the Court of Appeal said. The Court of Appeal said the government submitted a strong affidavit, but the affidavit on behalf of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is hearsay. That how can Barisifa Yejofa be saying that Osokome told me? And on another paragraph, he said again something, and he didn't say who told him. So the Court of Appeal said this is nonsense. This is hearsay. So when a lawyer gives a hearsay evidence, a hearsay affidavit, he leaves a lot to the imagination. What is the action? Is it a negligence? Or was it deliberate? Or was it recklessness? Because it's amazing. You're not a lawyer, but any lawyer you ask, he will tell you that one of the first things a lawyer will learn when it comes to giving evidence or testimony, we advise our clients, don't come here and testify to hearsay. Don't come to court and tell the court, I heard from John that on a Ekemake day, killed a man. But then on a Ekemake day, John was not there. The person that was there was Andrew. So why can't you tell the court that you had it from Andrew? Why is he saying John? What is your intention? So why was he saying that Osokome told him that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was rendition from Kenya, or Mazen Nnamdi Kanu did not face extradition proceeding? But as of that date, he had visited Mazen Nnamdi Kanu at least 100 times. Maybe the Osokome you are talking about has visited only once because he just came into the case. And he wasn't visiting very often. He'll go there like once a month or twice a month. But if Ejiofor was going there 2 times a week, once a week, sometimes 3 times a week. So why was he saying it was Ozokome that told him because still already knew that you were his lawyer from 2015. And Ozokome became his lawyer just a few months ago. So why are you saying in the affidavit that Ozokome told you something that happened in 2021 when Onyendu was rendition in June, when Ozokome came into the case sometime in middle or late of 2022? Do you understand? That is how this thing happened. And that's exactly what the Court of Appeal wrote. They said it's hearsay and therefore they don't accept it. And because they didn't accept it, they accepted the government's evidence and affidavit and said that the thing was not controverted. Hey. The affidavit was not controverted. Therefore, there was nothing standing against what the government said, and they granted the stay. That is what happened.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Hey! Biafrans.
Perfect.
Hey. Biafrans, I hope we are listening. I hope we are listening. We can't say it. And I said, no. Okay, nile 1 year. Nile 1 year. Chineke ya ni n'ọkụ. Chineke ya ni n'ọkụ. Barrister Nnemeka, please, we can add in this the West Council Biko.
Thank you very much. I think we don't know what Professor Joe say away hello, Mrs. Nande.
Yeah.
Okugedemma.
So I've got a thinking message from her that I didn't take whatever she says to heart because I feel that that the woman has spoken a lot. Somebody whose husband has been in detention for all this. On my own part, I have chosen not to take it serious because I feel a human being or for a long time. So many things will be going around in her head. So on that note, what the hell would happen to know before? Okay, so that's that. Then on the case of the stay of the judgment of Mazen Namdekan that ought to have released him, the judgment that discharged him. Not acquittal like in the man again. I say, I talk to the man and device now. I say, I come man to you, I say, I come man you. The Court of Appeal did not acquit Mazen Namdekan. You can only acquit somebody when there has been evidence before the court. Or when will get evidence in a court, then you can acquit. But in this case, there was no single evidence before the court upon which the court could have acquitted him. So what the court did was discharge him by striking out the charges on the basis that he was extraordinarily renditioned. And the issue of extraordinary rendition was originated or propounded by Aloy Jimako.
He gets everything.
He was the first person
something some mistakes people are doing.
And when we heard it, I went in and I thank God at the end of the day, it worked. And we're happy that it worked.
All from Palestine. Me call it on Nilo. Palestine. In an user. Okay, but the noise. I didn't want the noise. Yeah. I didn't want the noise, you know. I don't. Yeah. I don't care if you No. All the so noisy. Oh, okay. Check. Mandela, can you take a microphone? Let's hear from Mandela. Prince Mandela.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's hear from your side first.
Okay. On my own side of
Okay. But something like Mandela is so clear. Mandela is so clear. Mandela is all so clear. Go on we gbanye there on any device. The on there.
No, okay.
In a use my earpiece.
I'm not using earpiece.
Okay. Yes.
Better now.
No. Do not better self.
Better.
No.
Let me go out and come back.
Okay, go out and come in. Yeah. Okay. Prince Mandela, please. Okay. Hello, Prince Mandela. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Please, we can add the new barrister law you can now. So
yes. But before I add something there,
yeah,
I want you to permit me to, on the question, Master Prophet.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
There's nothing I can say personal on my own side I did to that woman. In fact, let me put it clear here for the whole world to know. When after the Python dance, when Mazi after the Python dance, Mazi went into hiding for to secure his life. Are you getting it? When Uchechi came back from London, I was in fact, accompanying her on the road. We drove from Abuja. We left Abuja around that kind 6:30 to 7 a.m. We drove her to Umuahia. We got to Umuahia something around 4. I accompanied her. Only me, you understand, drove her to Umuahia for her to, go to where Mazu was hiding at that time to see her. So you can imagine if there is any problem, I had to tell. It's just because, like Mr. Lloyd said, transfer of aggression. Because she's so close to Ifeanyi Ejiofor. So every other person, if it's not Ifeanyi Ejiofor, every other person is nonsense. They cannot listen to. He cannot. Okay. Now, do you people? I'm saying this thing now for the first time. People didn't know this thing. Maybe if Allah, enters now, it will bear me a witness. Sometime when we are still visiting Mazin Nandekar at the TSS headquarters in Abuja, one fateful day, Uchechi came down from London to see Mazin Nandekar. In that period, whenever he's around, none of us used to know. It's only Ifeanyi Ejiofor. And the lady, that work with Ifeanyi Ejiofor, they call Mr. Chinwe Umeche. It is two of these people, Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Umeche, handles Uchechi, because whenever it comes, it's them that knows, and it's them that it calls human being. It's them that is dealing with. They took her, they carry her, come to DSS. That day, me and Aloy Ejimako came also for visitation to Mazi. And that day, I was not to enter inside to see Mazi Nnamdi. It was Aloy that is entering inside to see Mazi Nnamdi. So I will stay at the guests. There's a waiting room. That same day, Aloy have entered inside to see Mazi Nnamdi. Ifeanyi Ejiofor and the Chinwe Umeche drove Uchechi down to DSS. They came. When they came, all of them entered inside where I was sitting in that waiting room. Nemeka knows what I'm saying. Where if we come, we'll sit down there to wait for the time the DSS will clear you people. Then we now go inside to see Mazi. When they came in, I was sitting down there. In fact, I didn't even look, to even recognize whether it's Uchechi, that because she covered herself, you understand, it was, it was using veil like that. I didn't even look at her face. I didn't even know that she was even the one. And because over 4 or 5 years, we've not met. So when they sat that day, I was sitting there quietly, The next thing, to tell you the criminal intent of Chinwe Umeche that is working with Ifeanyi Ejiofor, they have already planned. They want to incriminate me. They want to put me and Aloy into problem so that DSS will arrest us and possibly detain us and prosecute us. Knowing fully well that all of us are working for one goal, working for Mazi Nnamdi, doing something, and they know that all of us has a lot of informations in our phones that we are, working for one. They know that a lot of informations we are, confidential information. Do you know what these people did? Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Umeche, her staff or her friends, that they came together. The next thing I heard, Ifeanyi Ejiofor first came and attacked me. He said, Prince, you just want to prove, He said, Prince, he said, Her Excellency is here. You didn't greet her. You pretended as if you don't know her. You pretended as if you don't know her. He just did that thing for Uchechi to, when he enter inside, and he will tell Mazi that he see Prince Mandela saw her at the claw, and they even put it salt and pepper to see that I insulted her. So I knew the angle Ifeanyi was going. Immediately he said that was Prince, you claim that you didn't see Her Excellency, you didn't. I now confronted Ifeanyi. I said, you are insane, you are mad. This thing happened inside DSS. So I say, you are mad. How can even if I notice, I see it's a margin. So I should come and be hugging her. I should come and expose her for DSS to begin to begin to hear. I stayed on my own. I didn't even notice even that I was busy, looking something inside
she was Wandela, let me help you. She was wearing COVID mask and dark glasses.
COVID,
so
yes.
nobody could have
recognized her. You understand? So when Ifa did not succeed to blackmail me before her, to now, when I now, hit him back, confronted him, he now ran away from the inside that place, outside. The next drama that happened was her girl, Chinwe Umecha, wherever she is right now, both people of that, if they are hearing me, let them come and dispute it. I was sitting there after they didn't succeed on that one. By then, if I need Japan and the two churches have gone inside to inside. I was sitting. The next thing I heard was one DSS lady came and said, Samantha, bring out your phone. Bring your phone. That I was snapping picture with her SNS. I snapping picture with Nnamdi Kalu's wife. I was snapping picture with her. I was shocked. I said, which picture, me? And the people and the issue is that when you come inside that DSS place, you don't snap picture inside DSS. You don't. To them it's a crime. Once you snap picture, they will seize their phone or something like that. So these people use that my phone, these DSS people, to have access to my phone, so they know that they will see a lot of things that will incriminate me and lodge my phone. By then, our lawyer was already inside. So when the woman said I should bring my phone, that I was snapping picture with Ucheche, I said, how, me? That was sitting here. There was one man that was saying, I don't even know that man. The man don't even know me. The man said, no, this young man, this man was not snapping with the picture. They said, no, I must bring my phone that I was snapping. I said, somebody that he find a job has even accused me that I didn't even come and greet. How is it now that I am snapping picture with the same person? DSS, they fucked me, they collected my phone. Luckily that day was that I have two phones. The major phone, that's a lot of confidential issues that would have, in fact, if that phone was the one they collected that day,
I'll be in jail today, even you, and you would have destroyed only two states.
Along Jimako will be in jail. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they will file more charges against him because a lot of information that will expose a lot of things at that phone. So, luckily, it was not that phone. They collected my phone. They took my phone inside their intelligence room. Biafrans, what I'm saying now, for more than 40 minutes, the DSS was with my phone inside the intelligence room.
Analyzing it. And copying it.
They did not analyze my phone. After much more, the same woman came out with my phone and gave my phone. I said they didn't see any picture that on that plant. I provoke. Trust me, I know it might not me. I'm this kind of, I am fearless. And they never born that person. I stopped the DSS woman. I said, you took my phone for more than 40 minutes. Now you came out, you said nothing was found in my phone that's there. You must tell me who said I was snapping picture with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If not, here, in fact, fire will catch everywhere. You must tell me. And you can't just take my phone and because of a lie, say I was snapping, you must say. So when the woman and the officers came, we see how I will when we met, it was your first friend that they came with, that they attacked me before the team just came, stood up from the way he was. When you see the heat, let me be on records. I was the one that told them that what I told them that he attempted to snap picture with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wife.
Hey!
My hand explodes. I rush out like this. The DSS people roll me like this. Yeah. I say, you are a demon. You told them that I was attempted to snap picture with. somebody you knew. Even the man that was sitting beside me, they said that this man didn't. Even this your friend Jofo tackled me that I didn't even come and greet here. So when that one didn't succeed, then two of you plan again, let them get. And why this thing was happening? Why they were going through with my phone inside their intelligence room? Aloy Ejimako was held inside. They never allowed him.
I wouldn't have come out that day. I wouldn't have come out.
That day. Because if they had found something, they would have detained him and detained all of us. So I really didn't know what was happening. Why the delay? Why they were, they take him somewhere.
I was being delayed. Nobody was attending to me. They were taking me from room to room. I was wondering what is happening, and they were making phone calls.
Happening? Yes. Not until when the return for us found out nothing was there. That was thereafter they allowed Aloy to say mass. When Aloy came out, I was telling him this thing. He said, "Oh, is that why these people were delaying him? Because if they had found anything, we wouldn't have left DSS that day." I was boiling. I nearly killed Chimumechi for her just because we were in DSS premises, inside DSS. There's nothing I didn't cause her that day, and Ifeanyi Jofo. This is somebody, you people, somebody they want Mazi case to be complicated and want us to be jailed. The same Ifeanyi Jofo today is saying all manners of nonsense. Again, let me put this one again for Biafrans, the world to know. When Ifeanyi Jofo, when Mazi, after the Python dance, Ifeanyi Jofo knew that Mazi, like I said earlier, that I was the one personally accompanying Uchechi from Abuja to Umuahia, with Abuja around 6:30 a.m. in the morning, drove from the land to Umuahia, where Mazi was somewhere in Umuahia. After Python dance, he was hiding.
Accompany or drive?
I drive, yes, to Umuahia. Now, Ifeanyi Jofo, knowing fully well that Mazi, all of us, we lawyers, we know after Python dance that yes, Mazi was saved and is hiding for safe, to be alive. Ifeanyi Jofo filed an application, mandamus. In that application, he was asking the court that the court should
Mandela, continue. Let me take a 2-3 minutes break. I'm coming back.
Okay. Yes. Ifeanyi Jofo was asking the court to give Nigeria or Nigeria army to produce Mazi dead or alive. This happened after Python dance. That period, Mazi was hiding in Umuahia. He knew all these things. Now, when we will prepare that, we prepared that applications with, then I still with him. And now we were inside the vehicle going to, Federal High Court, to file that application. Before God and man who made me and you, God in heaven bear me witness. I told Ifeanyi Jofo, I said, this application is not in our favor. How can we now asking the court to grant or give Nigeria Army order to go and search and produce Mazi dead or alive when we know everything? Now it means that if court grants such application, it means that now courts have empowered Nigeria Army, knowing fully well. Just Python dance, no court order, no court gave them order to see what they did. Now, when courts now have given them order to go and look for Mazi and produce him dead or alive, it means that Nigeria will be going from house to house in Umuahia, even beyond. So in the name that they are looking for Mazi, the court have given them order. Then you know what this Nigerian will do. Many will be killed in the guise that courts have given them order to search and look for Mazi and produce him dead or alive. I say this application is dangerous. It's not in our favor. You know how it's done. I just kept quiet. We went and filed that application. What saved us in that application? Because when Aloy came in and saw that application together with the SAN, in fact, they cry in Ghana language. They shouted, say, how could you find this kind of application? Asking court to grant Nigeria Army to produce Mazi Nnamdi dead or alive. When we know, as at this time we are talking about, Mazi is still in Nigeria. In fact, he's still in Umuahia somewhere. So, what is the intention? What saved us was Binta personally told me, if I'm lying, let God punish me. In the occasion, I met Justice Binta. Binta said, when he was narrating, pointing out the good things he had done to us, he said that we know the application we brought to her, asking Nigeria Army to, produce mass data, that if he had granted that application to Nigeria Army, that we know what could have happened. Mazi would have been by now killed because so many casualties will happen. That's in her own wisdom. She denied that application, citing that the affidavit deposed by us. That is a public document. Whenever we type on it, we say, Peter denied that application in the premises that the affidavit deposed in all the paragraphs of that affidavit did not in any way link Nigeria Army, in disappearance of Mazi Nnamdi. Because in that application, we are saying that Ifeanyi Ejiofor is saying that Nigeria Army was the last people that had in contact with Mazi Nnamdi. Therefore, they have the knowledge of where his whereabouts. They should produce him, dead or alive. So Binta, in her own wisdom, said in our affidavit deposed in support of the application, there is no in any paragraph that link Nigeria Army to the disappearance of Mazi Nnamdi. Therefore, this application is hereby denied. I was very happy. When Ume and Aloy Ejimako saw that application, they were thanking God. They say, if this application had granted, we would have finished. This is what if I'm lying, let him come out. This application is there, it's public documents. It's not something that anybody can come and they're talking rubbish. We don't talk. See, all this while, let me say this thing. All this while, we kept all these things silent, close our mouths. But what prompted us now to exposing all these things is these people now, upon all these their atrocities, they are the one that going to media and labeling us evil, tarnishing our image. Then the one that breaks the camel's back is the one that they recruited both Lol and Neka, even together with Uchechi, the wife of to come and start to attack Mazi Nnamdi, the spin leader. A man that has suffered so much, a man that is, in fact, have paid a lot of price, the man that has no blame, a man that has been on the struggle, emancipation of his people, if he had, turned around to take all the promises, all the things that were, all these things wouldn't have happened. But he stood his ground till tomorrow, fighting for the emancipation of the oppressed, the masses. And even for them, the same people are now come out. That is the point we know that they have crossed the Rubicon. So we must come and they expose a lot of things. Let me ask you, say something in the case of Uchechi. Ndị Igbo sị, nwunye m laga atụrụ onye mmiri ala adịghịla mma ọ onye kpọrọ m ashị ya wụ ndị ahụ the best friend ya wụ ndị ahụ ndị ọ na-etake instruction ele ihe wee ebumnobi na Maazị Ikechi. Let me ask a truthful question. Oteno, your wife, that's now the best friend there, who you are enemies. On all that is the best friends, yeah, that you move about with, you rely with, it takes instruction from. We knew very well that these people have done something evil to you that to the extent you sever your relationship with these people. But these are her best friends that here. So, Elehe will not be winning now. Why am I told you no more? Elehe will not be. Elehe Wuche is a rhetorical question. Let the Biafrans answer. So,
Alefuono.
Yeah. Alexander Meka, I know. Yeah.
Is my network better?
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I think virtually they've said almost everything. And I only want to add again that it's unfortunate that we got Mazen Namdekan held down by a motion on notice filed for stay of execution. The Ministry of Justice filed that process, but unfortunately, the response that was filed by the then legal team, which I must confess, I was kind of partially part of, because sometimes they allow you come in, sometimes they don't allow you come in. So unfortunately, the affidavit or the counter affidavit, which was filed by Mazen Nandekano's legal team as at that time, fell short of the requirements of law. And because of that, the judgment of the court that originally discharged him was stayed. So it is not this current legal team that caused the stay of execution. It is that stay of execution that culminated into Mazen Nandekano remaining in detention up to today. But I must also inform all Biafrans that I personally, I have filed an application for enforcement of fundamental human rights of Mazen Nandekano, because from October 13th, when his discharge was granted, till the order for stay of proceedings was granted, there was no law holding Mazen Nandekano in detention. There was no order of court. There was no law whatsoever by which he was held within those periods. So Mazen Nandekano directed that we challenge it. We have filed that process long ago. And by the grace of God, on the 8th of June, 2026, we are going to adopt our final written addresses on that. And if God blesses us, we get judgment on that, it will go a long way in determining a lot of things at the appeal court. So that, having said that, I go back to the stay of proceedings, or the stay of execution of the judgment of the court. Ordinarily, there is no law under the criminal procedure that provides for stay of execution. So the Court of Appeal, stay in execution of an order of the Court of Appeal discharging Mazen Nandekano was a novel thing. It has never happened before. There is no law in the criminal procedure that was used to grant such an order. The order was granted based on civil procedure, which is strange. There was appeal filed against it at the Supreme Court. But unfortunately, at the Supreme Court, the legal team, of course, headed by Michael Zeko Meden, did not argue those appeals. They did not argue that particular challenge, that why would you use civil procedural rules to grant stay of execution in a criminal matter. That motion is still pending, or rather was dispensed with, because at a stage, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court asked if they were willing to go on with that particular application. They said no, they were not. So because of that, the Court of Appeal struck it out. Ordinarily, if my opinion was sought, I would have said we should attack that particular state of proceedings. Let us have ruling on it. Let there be ruling on it so that it doesn't affect somebody else tomorrow. But as it is now, it can be used against any other person, not only Nnamdi Kanu, it can be used against any other person in any other proceedings. So the Court of Appeal now has a ruling that they can stay execution of the right of somebody. And for goodness sake, there is no, in Nigeria, once there is no charge against you, once you have not been said to have committed a crime, nobody should keep you in detention. But between 13th of October till 23 or 26th of October, that Mazen Alkan was detained on the basis of a stay of proceeding pending. Within that period, there was no single judgment existing anywhere. There was no single charge of any court existing anywhere. There was no reason by anybody to keep Mazen Alkan in detention. Okay, so that particular stay of proceeding was what messed up a lot of things. But people don't know. They're rather saying the legal team sent Mazen Alkan back to trial court. Okay, now Aloy Jimako brought a lot of innovation to the entire case of Mazen Alkan. The issue of extraordinary rendition is novel to us, like we said before. There is a pending application now at the Federal High Court in the same case against other persons who were party to those suits, which we have not moved yet. And that pending application is whether secession is a crime. We have checked the Nigerian laws. We have checked Nigerian dictionaries. We have checked legal dictionaries. We have checked legal jurisprudence. There is nowhere in Nigerian law, there is nowhere in Nigerian legal system that they say secession is a crime. There is nowhere. Secession is not a crime, because alleging that somebody conspired to succeed, you must prove that secession is first of all a crime before you cannot say there is a conspiracy to secession. So it was Aloy Jimako that brought also that argument. We have developed it to the extent that we now filed it, but we're ready to use it. Okay, we're now ready to use it. So I think basically Aloy is an asset to the case of Mazen Alkan. We've done our best in that matter. Whether Mazen Alkan was convicted at the trial court or not is not the fault of counsel at all. It's not the fault of counsel. Remember that at the end of the prosecution's case, Mazen Alkan disengaged all the lawyers, including myself, including Aloy, including the senior advocates, Kanu Agadi, including Chief Chris Uche, and all the senior advocates, Paul Erokoro, Judo, what's his name? Njoku, we call him Lord, what's that his name again? Uche Njoku, we call him Uche Njoku. So all the senior advocates and all of us who are junior lawyers, we were all disengaged. Mazen Alkan told the court that he wants to represent himself. So from the point of defense, Mazen Alkan personally took up the case by himself and represented himself. But we acted and we worked for him from the moment, from 2017 till November 20, till when he was, till when we closed our case, or rather till when the prosecution closed their case, sometimes last year in 2025. From that moment that the prosecution closed their case, Mazen Alkan took over his defense. Unfortunately, he has not opened any defense. He was arguing the various objections that he wanted to argue. when the court foreclosed him and sentenced him. So we should bear that in mind. So for people saying it is the lawyers that took him back to trial, please get your facts correct. And I will ask a lawyer, Jimako, to publish the ruling on stay of execution. He has a copy of that judgment. I would advise him now to publish it latest tomorrow or Monday morning. Publish it so that the whole world will see how we came about staying the execution of the freedom Mazi Nnamdi Kanu got. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Barrister, please.
I want
one
to say
question.
something.
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
I want to ask something, please.
Yeah.
You know, I did not. This issue of state of execution, both by San Emeka and the lawyer have dealt with it very well. They have done it very well. The question Biafra should be asking Ifeanyi Ejiofor, who is now spreading fake informations or deceiving the gullible ones. After between the periods, the court of appeal discharged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like Bystander Emeka rightly said. Mazi was not facing with any charge whatsoever. It means that there is not only charge before the court against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What did Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Ozokome did to see Mazi released? Because by that discharge, Mazi is supposed to be a free man and go to his house. They didn't take any step. They didn't do anything. They waited till 8 days when the federal government came and they served Mazi stay of execution. Another point, after Ifeanyi Ejiofor's affidavit on hearsay that granted that stay of execution, now using a civil process to now stay a criminal discharge, like Bystander Emeka said, that it has never happened anywhere in this country. In our legal jurisprudence, in all no decided case precedents that can now back it up. Now, if Mike Ozokome SAN and Ifeanyi Ejiofor, who now see that this is a kangaroo or this is something that has never happened in our legal jurisprudence, that is abnormal, what step did they take? Did they challenge it? The answer is no. Like if Bystander Emeka rightly said, at the Supreme Court, when all this matter was, applications to it at the Supreme Court, what they did at the Supreme Court was they abandoned those areas. And even the court, I was in Supreme Court the day this thing, when the court were asking them, are they going to take move this their application or the mark was coming ahead. They said no. They now on their own abandon those things, and the Supreme Court strike those things out. That is where we found ourselves. The blunders they committed. So people who commit the blunders are the same people coming out to now come and deceive the world, but we are the one that sent Mazi to prison today. But that is, let the Biafrans, let the exposition, because there are many more things. We cannot finish this tonight. If we open a lot of things, people will go crazy. I'm telling you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, because Barrister Nnemeka Ejiofor, I have a question for you, sir. No?
Yes.
San Ezekome is a son, and we know his pedigree in law. Are you telling me or did San Ezekome don't know the implication of that affidavit by Ifeanyi Ejiofor? Or did he not? Did he not also know that civil this thing is not supposed to use on Onyendu's case? Or is he intentionally for him? He says, son, we know this man is very hot. So please let me hear. Explain to us.
Two good heads are better than one. Two good heads are better than one. San Ozokome is very intelligent lawyer, a very successful lawyer, but he does not know everything. He's not God. You know, the Bible says, even from the mouth of the little baby, something intelligent, something wonderful is revealed. Okay? So the fact that somebody is a senior advocate does not mean that he knows everything. Sometimes you may get wisdom and understanding or knowledge through small lawyers like me and Mandela and Aloy. If only you're able to tolerate and able to listen, you know, to other people's opinion. So I believe it might be an oversight. I do not think he did it on purpose. It might be an oversight. It may not have occurred to him that this is what has happened in the papers that were prepared and given to him. So I do not think he did it on purpose. I think it was an oversight on his part because he blocked other people from helping. Because if he had thrown that document open, I'm sure somehow somebody would have pointed it out. You know, because there is no how Zekome, who just came into the matter, can inform you that Mazen Nankano was rendition, when you could have gotten that information directly from Mazen Nankano. If only you said, Mazen Nankano informed me. It's a different thing than Sam, senior advocate of Nigeria, got information from Nankano and now informed me.
You know? Yeah. Okay. Because you know, I beg to disagree with you. You know, because when we are growing up, the first thing I could say, 1 + 1 is 2.
It's equals to 2.
1 + 1 is equals to 2.
It's an
I remember something. Okay, a son, somebody like a Zekome, and remember that very day, Zekome was not in court. He went to America.
Yes.
He traveled to America. He found a job move to Southeast. They leave the junior lawyer. Now, are you telling me, barrister, that this common issue that a whole son will not know about this? A whole son will not know about it. When
not that he wouldn't know, but I'm saying that it is possible.
Yeah, so
we're not God, and I haven't asked him question to know.
Yeah.
If I asked him, I can tell you this is what I found out from him. But I'm thinking generally that it is possible that he didn't quite take note of it. He could have skipped his attention.
Okay.
But because I know ordinarily, if he was critically looking into the documents, he ought to have seen that this is not true, that this information is not true, or that this information is hearsay. It offends the Evidence Act. But it is possible he didn't critically look at the document. Maybe an oversight. Maybe he trusted the juniors who worked with him. Certainly not. We didn't work with him on that direction.
Okay. Can I say something?
Okay. Go on.
Yes. He just zoomed off to court.
Yes.
He just zoomed off to court. You know. So that, and you know, Mandela told you he's working with his sons and with his children.
Yes, like Vice Dan Emeka rightly said that 2 heads are better than 1, and he also said that because we were thrown aside, we are not carried along, so probably he might have escaped from here. But that is not the justification or correct position, because even if we are not there, they throw us out. But also come have legions of lawyers in his office. both even senior advocate, because the one is sent to court that day to go and receive the judgment. You understand? Also work with him. He has other SAN in his office. He has junior ones in his office. The same thing, if I Jofo, he has lawyers, them that are prepared that affidavit. He has lawyers in his office too. Pastor Chinwumeche, you understand? And the other lawyers that are working with Ifeanyi Jofo. So it's not the issue of they didn't know, because it's not only Ifeanyi that prepared that and whatever. He have so many lawyers in his office. The same thing. Chief Michael Osoko have many lawyers in his office. So they all, prepared that application. He went through them. You cannot tell me that this is an elementary aspect of law, that even a law student at the university, not even a law school, at the university, is a basic elementary law, courses in the university, that you don't depose hearsay evidence. Hearsay evidence is inadmissible. We did it in criminal law. Criminal law is a course at the university level, not even at the law school. So students at the university know this thing very well. So you can't tell me that a whole lawyers at that pedigree, with all the genius working with them, all these things are oversights. They didn't, honestly, Biafra should know, the war should.
Okay, Mr. Mandela, I think we will be
Ihe
winding
ọjọọ, kpọọ ihe ọjọọ, ihe ọjọọ, kpọọ ihe ọjọọ, ihe ọjọọ. Ihe ọma.
Barrister Nemeka, Barrister. Barrister Nemeka, please, do you believe now maybe they have now realized their mistake on that state execution?
Oh, of course. Immediately the judgment was ready, they realized it.
Okay, hold on. Then, if they have realized it, that is the mistake from them, why did Ifeanyi Ejiofor continue to blackmail the rest lawyers that they send Mnklegalteam to prison? Why?
Well, it's unfortunate. See, there is some. I didn't really want to go directly against anybody, but it's unfortunate when lawyers, come to the public to make a disparaging statement against fellow lawyers over a case that was either won or lost. Okay. Because when you do that, you expose yourself. You expose yourself to so many things. If for instance, you have been debriefed of a matter, as far as I'm concerned, if you have debriefed me of a matter, I wash my hand completely off, and I will not make any statement on that matter to anybody. Look at Chief Michael Zekome. He was debriefed. So from that day to today, he has never made any public statement on the matter. Look at Chief Kanu Agabi. Chief Kanu Agabi was debriefed twice. Yes. And each time you debrief him, he tell you, okay, no problem. He will pack his things and go, and he will never make statement of that matter. Look at Prof. Dr. Onyechi Bazu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, one of the best brilliant senior advocates we have in the whole of the Southeast, if not in the whole of Nigeria. You debrief him, he goes away. But my friend and my brother, well, I don't know, maybe because he's too close to...
Barrister.
Maybe because...
Barrister, maybe one day, just take good time, keep on TikTok, give the level of blackmail on you guys and also on Kanu's family. Just give even Ochicha Melive Boloke. Ochicha Melive Boloke on the one side. Other people are mala. Just take your time and enter TikTok. Give the level of blackmail on these innocent people.
I read one that was posted by one of your DOS members, where they quoted my brother and my friend Ifeanyi Ejiofor that we are the fake lawyer, that we are lawyers who didn't go for tutelage and all those things. We are lawyers who don't know anything. I just laughed because to me, it's childish. It's like you are begging. Oh, I'm begging to be recalled back into a matter that have been debriefed. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. If somebody has debriefed you, just go away. But if you keep crying and crying, then somebody somewhere would ask, what is really your interest in this whole thing? Okay. But like I said before, we are lawyers, and I want as much as possible to be very professional in anything I do with respect to my work. When anything that concerns my work, I try to be very professional. And that is why, following the rules of professional conduct, I cannot disparage a colleague, a fellow lawyer. It's not possible. It's not in my character. But if it's in anybody's character, the person can continue. But I know and I've seen where the body of the Legal Professional Disciplinary Committee has suspended a lawyer for 2 years because of such comments and such write-ups. So, but I don't think I want to do that to anybody.
Our friend and your buddy have been doing this thing years.
Because regional coordinator from all the way from America, Mazi Chiezoku. Here, I can one question what you do. Then before I went now as because Master Prophet, I'm because So please, Ichie, please, Freedom, turn your camera, please. Freedom, turn on your camera. Let's see your camera, please, Freedom. Because we are set people with camera. I want our camera on because I will take you down, please. Can you turn your camera, please? Freedom. Huh? Okay. Sorry, Freedom. We have to take you down. Mazi Chie, please go ahead.
So like I was saying,
maybe one question for you or just go on.
Question is not even the issue.
Yeah.
I will have to thank all the whole barristers for standing their ground, even when they were intimidated. Not really intimidated, but when everything, the odds was almost against them, they stood with our leader Mazen Nnklegalteam, and they stood firm. And I will equally say thank you to Aloy Ejimako, a wonderful lawyer he is, Mandela, and Barrister
Nnameka
Ejiofor. It is not easy, but we thank you all. There was a time I was talking to my fellow regional coordinator Mazin in the room. I was saying that I don't know if you guys are still going to hold firm, because we knew what was going on, and we knew what the government was doing by trying to intimidate you guys, trying to force you guys to do what you don't want to do. But at the end of the day, you guys stood firm. I'm just grateful, and I thank you all. It's not easy. We know all the things Chinas and Wuru has been doing. We know how they caused so much havoc in our place. We know how every time Onyendu want to go to court, and Chinas and Wuru will come the following week and start telling the Nigerian government indirectly on what to do. We know this.
You are very correct.
We're not stupid. We know all this. And every time he will come and intimidate and try and intimidate Aloy Ejimako. For what reason? And they did what they planned, or what they did, but unfortunately for them, they didn't know that they were people that was going to stand firm
and refuse to be shaken, you know. But I can, my thanks just goes to you guys, and our able brother, father, and mother-in-law, our great leader, and
Master Prophet and Divine Mother,
the husband,
yeah.
Master Prophet. Thank you so much. We knew when you stood firm for him, and you were saying all the things you were saying, but we could not say anything because our hands were tied. Because we've not gotten direct instruction from Onyendu to say anything until Onyendu now released us. That was when we now started talking. We thank God for today that they have not been able to survive and succeed in what they planned. And in fact, they have lost out. They've lost out. So I will say thank you to Mazi Ismezu. Yeah. I call him the archive minister. He has everything.
He is.
You know, he has everything in his beck and call. He archives everything very well. So whenever I need something, I call upon him and he will provide the video. You know? So at the end of the day, I can authoritatively tell you that we won the war.
Yes. Yeah.
We have won.
Yeah.
Now what they are doing is that they're just scratching the surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they can't do anything.
Yeah.
And I thank our great leader. He's a wonderful man. Someone that God uses and has used him greatly to do some certain things. And he will continue to use him until he comes out and come out victoriously.
Yeah.
And nothing will happen to him. Peradventure, anybody will say that our Onyendu will not come out. He will be the one not to come out from everywhere he is.
You say?
Or she is.
Yeah.
Not in offer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I thank you guys. All these things, I don't really know what to ask you guys, because I know practically what was going on. And the fight was taken to them too. But at the end of the day, they called us 5%. We stood our ground. They called us method of conduct.
Yeah.
We stood our ground. We use our chest and chest is
very well. And now they call us flying monkeys.
Flying monkeys. Yes, so they called us miscreants.
No. And only this name, what our leader, our wife, Uchechi, all those names, but you so bad the law.
I am back.
Now, the White Council, I actually never go. I ain't not going to make you problem. I ain't not going to make you.
No, I want us to talk for 24 hours. Unless you promise to bring us back at a future date. I still have a lot more to say. I have a lot in my mind. A lot has gone south. People have to speak with bravery and confidence. I am not going to take any prisoners. I'm going to tell the world the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I'm not going to make excuses for adults that decided to misbehave. I'm going to call them out.
West Council.
Every one of us, we have our own emotions. Onyendu's rendition traumatized me. Mazi Mandela here and Emeka will bear me out. I lived in a hotel for almost 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, and I spent over 15 million paying hotel bills and eating hotel food. So I was traumatized. A lot of times, I would be very ill. They know, this my colleagues know, I'll be very sick, but I'll still be carrying the cross of the case and still maintain my sanity and keep my emotions in check. And I will not go rogue and crazy and start and become a misbehaving adult. These people were adults, double adults, and they decided to misbehave. So everything they did, I am here to call it out on this platform and any platform that I'm invited. And I have only one purpose, and one purpose only, to protect our client against the lies being issued against him. His case is still in court. His case is sub judice, but they are saying so many terrible things that could affect his case. How would you expect the system to respect a man that his wife is going about and exhibiting hostility towards him? Wherever she is tonight, I want her to have a change of behavior. You are belittling your husband and you're putting your husband in a
Okay, you now.
that is battling. We begin to disrespect him.
It's too late.
Then how can the system, when I talk about the system, the judiciary is part of it, they are part of it. How can you expect the system to respect Mazen Mnklegalteam if those who call themselves leadership, DOS, disrespect him openly and attack him and call him a womanizer and embezzler of money and everything, and these judges are hearing this, and the political leadership of the country that is currently considering very seriously the alternative and option of political resolution, of which, Master Prophet at least will have some ideas, if not directly from me, but from Kanunta and Prince. And of course, the Kanu family is close to Lexoti and all that. He is the beacon, the vanguard of all these things about political solution. So how do you expect the system to look at Onyendu with respect and everything, confidence, if the people that call themselves leadership and IPOB and they're issuing statements under the name of IPOB, disparaging Onyendu Mazen Mnklegalteam as an embezzler of funds, as a womanizer, as somebody who is impregnating women all over the place, and you say you are with him in the same IPOB. And how could his wife be doing that with the same people? Someone has to speak up very strongly against it. And if people are unwilling to do that, I'm too willing to do it. I'm calling them to order. I am not disrespecting anybody. I have not disparaged anybody on this platform, on this program. I've only spoken the truth, but the truth, and very strongly. And I have condemned bad behavior wherever it occurred. And if anything anybody has done to deserve my praise, I will praise that person. And I've told the people, I mean, when DOS began to tell the world through their minions and everything, they were saying stuff like the legal team they are paying, and they were calling my name. If my colleagues in the legal team are unwilling to speak out as I'm doing, I think there is a reason. I was in the center of the storm. If I was attacked 100%, my colleagues were attacked 10%. So it affected me most. They said they were paying me. They've never given me 1 naira. They have never given me shishi, but I have given them. I have found money and given to them through the instruction of Mazen Mnklegalteam, particularly to China Samoru. He's alive. Let him come and contradict me. I have the record with me right here in my phone. Mandela is away.
Very
So
well.
they will come out and say on Radio Biafra, and people will be listening, and they go to town on social media. They say, "Hey, look at our lawyer Jimakot that we are paying. He doesn't report to us." What type of human beings are these? For God's sake, they never paid me shishi, and they've never given shishi to any member of the legal team that I'm aware of. Okay? So, I mean, this type of thing is condemnable. And Onyendu's wife, their Biafrans, why she turned hostile against the legal team, and she told Biafrans what was not the truth, that the legal team is not reporting to her or taking her into confidence or giving her information. And I tried. Maswell tried. If Maswell is here tonight, he will say the same thing. I tried. She pushed me away. Am I supposed to make excuses for her and fall at her feet or what? What was I supposed to do? After all, I'm not answerable to her. I'm answerable to her husband. And I told the husband, my client, Mazen Namdekan, what I was passing through. And Mazen Namdekan told me to, okay, leave the matter alone. The father is aware, the father is alive, and the father did not approve of what she was doing. Mandela is here to confirm it. I discussed it with the father in presence of Mandela.
Exactly.
The father knew the truth and he didn't approve it at all.
That is the truth.
So am I supposed to be here and start making excuses for her? Ndị Igbo na-atụ n'ilu sị etobo okeri ọbaba nse. Ọbaba nse. Any one of you out there in the Bible quotes it, don't suffer witches lightly. I'm not calling her a witch, of course. Or you look at her, so she's not a witch. But people, what that thing means is call people out. Tell people that what you're doing is wrong. So they stop doing it. It's affecting our work, both in the courtroom and outside of the courtroom, in the political arena and in the media. When they make a job for post something beneficial to our case, they go in there, they just wait, they don't sleep. They go in there with their fake accounts and they start calling him content creator, Chalambe lawyer, and I Mposo, and I Kumi. Aga one pare wazien Namdekano. Akparicha Nemeka Akparian Namdekano. Akpariwa Prince. A prince was in search of freedom for his brother. Okay, the meeting with Sheikh Tinubu, they say Sheikh Tinubu gave him money. This was even before the election. Were we not supposed to meet with people to end this case? Are we supposed to do a jailbreak? It is people, it is human beings that will take the decision to do the right thing. It is human beings. And those human beings are the people that are in government or in the judiciary or wherever that right or authority to take that decision lies. You have to talk to those people. But when they do these things, they scare those people away. They make them feel, they read these things. They make them feel like, oh, these people will expose us or embarrass us also. And they start, and they know exactly what effect it will have. It's only those of us that are insiders that are able to bear this and still trudge on. We don't feel frustrated and scared and run away. There was a time they faced Abaribe. When Abaribe became active and he was taking senators to go and visit Mazen Namdekan, they held a meeting and decided that they will embarrass him to see if the man will run away. He didn't. But it affected him. I went to his house. He complained bitterly what Chinasawo published against him. These things are wrong. What did he do wrong? This is a man that bailed Onyendu and staked 300 million naira. And he speaks out openly at the floor of the National Assembly in favor of Onyendu. And you're attacking him. What is the purpose? It's not a mistake. It's a deliberate act to scare away the strongest political angle and anchor we have at the National Assembly and who speaks out fearlessly. And you're somewhere in Europe or Kuwait or wherever you are outside Nigeria, and you go to Radio Biafra and everywhere, and you'll be just talking. You are not inside the country. You are putting all of us in jeopardy. They went to town and said I was deported from America. I'm a U.S. citizen. Mandela is away. I'm a U.S. citizen. I carry the blue passport very proudly. I became a U.S. citizen, I think, as far back as 1997. I have 4 grown-up children in America. And they're talking. Barry said, Joffo, let me tell Biafrans tonight. Barry said, Joffo contacted a lawyer in Texas who called me on the phone. Barry said, Joffo, anywhere you are, I know I confronted you. I did, and we text message. You contacted a lawyer that is close to Onyendu. I will not mention the name of the lawyer in Texas. That asking the lawyer what could be done to revoke my U.S. citizenship. And he also, yes, and he also discussed it with Bruce. When Bruce found out the type of a person he is, Bruce ran away from him, and they started attacking Bruce. They told him how powerful to be making publications against Bruce, and Joffo made publications against Bruce. That one case Onyendu at United Nations, a difficult case, he worked closely with me because he couldn't meet Onyendu. So I developed the facts. I gave him the facts for the case and worked in lockstep with me as instruction as with Onyendu. Bruce had to make a publication calling for Barrister Joffo to resign from the legal team. Yeah. It's there, it's in the Sun newspaper, everywhere. Barrister Joffo contacted a lawyer in Texas. The lawyer is alive. Text messages are here. Anywhere, any platform, I challenge him to a debate. Let him bring his phone. Our phone will be examined. It's not when they go and do something with AI. We'll give our phone, we surrender our phone to the person interviewing us. I tell the person, scroll to a certain date. You'll see where I sent him a text. And the basis that America will take my citizenship away from me is that I am representing a terrorist. Who are they referring to here as terrorists? That if they write a petition to America that I'm representing a terrorist, Americans don't play with that kind of thing, that they will revoke my citizenship. These are 2-bit lawyers. They don't even know the process of revoking a citizenship is like a camel passing through the eye of the needle. They think it is Nigeria. My citizenship is cast in stone. And I have grown-ups who are 4 grown-ups adults who are citizens in the United States. My daughter came last year in October, and we had good fun with her and Mandela. Yeah. I think I met her once. She came. She was getting married. My first daughter. So if I'm deported, but they went to their meeting. They called their coordinators in Nigeria all over the world and said, we shall make publications that Aloy Ejimako was deported from America. And they were making those publications. That is number one. Then they went into the record somewhere on the internet. There was a time I had issue with the bar, American bar. You know how you have like bar discipline or something? Yeah. They went there, they found it on the internet. Americans don't hide anything. That was 2001. That is 25 years ago. I told Mandela the story of how it happened. I traveled to Nigeria, I came back, I went to Port Harcourt, bought a land and built a hotel. So while I was doing that, I took leave of absence from my office for 8 months. That's what it took me to build that hotel in Port Harcourt. Mwoji, Port Harcourt. Okay? Then the lady that was my head of chambers and the other people working in my office, they were not strong enough. So one Jamaican guy that has been going from one lawyer to the other came to them and said they should represent him at immigration. I wasn't there. So he made 1 or 2 phone calls. I wasn't there to pick the phone call. They were the ones there. They didn't explain matters very well. They didn't know that this guy sets up lawyers. Because there's a law in America that if you can prove a lawyer did not represent you well, then they will give you a green card and blame the lawyer for making a mistake. So he reported me to the Bar Association. So the Bar Association wrote a letter to me to come and defend myself. I wasn't in America. I didn't know what was going on. My office didn't inform me well. So on that date, I didn't appear. So they suspended my license, I think for 6 months or 9 months, so 1 year, not up to 1 year. They said, I am suspended for failure to appear. Anybody listening today will understand that. The main case, the main report the Jamaican guy made against me, they dismissed it. It is there, it's on the internet. They said it there, that the guy goes from lawyer to lawyer, reporting lawyers and everything. That is a tactic he's using to try to get some favor from the authorities. They didn't find any professional misconduct against me. They just said that I disrespected the committee, that I did not appear. They thought I was in America, and I ignored them. So they suspended me. And America, when they do our suspension, like to suspend your driver's license for 6 months or something, America is very tough and very strict. The lawyers here know that no lawyer will be suspended for that kind of thing in Nigeria. They will throw it away and say, what type of nonsense is this? That the lawyer didn't pick your phone call. Who are you? You know? So they suspended me for 6 months. So when I came back to America, I went and explained to them, and they restored it. I don't think it reached up to that 6 months set. But you know, they had done the suspension already, and it was published. So in the course of their investigating me, these people commissioned all kinds of people to investigate me. They found this thing and started publishing it. The first person they gave it to was Nelly, until they quarreled with Nelly. They now gave it to Simon. They quarreled with him. They now started publishing it themselves. The last one was done by Chinasa and Ikenga Uruago. They kept publishing it. And they were trying to get Onyendu. When Ojofo goes to see Onyendu, he will be hammering on that. So people are asking, what is the need of all these things? What does that thing mean? My brothers, listening tonight, if I'm not a US citizen, these people would have taken me out. The hatred and hostility and the danger is that much. But they know that any one of them that lays a hand on my head, America and President Trump will get to the bottom of it.
Absolutely.
If you anywhere you go, they get you with a drone. If they catch you in person, they take you to America, put you before a court of law, and they will jail you for life. If you start running away into the bush and the river and your village, they will track you with drone and drone you away. They know I'm a US citizen. That is why they have not made any move in that direction. But to tell you whether my life has been threatened or not, and I'll come here and start making excuses for them. No, my life has been threatened. Mandela's life has been threatened. I'm sure Nemeta's life has been threatened. If they don't want to talk about it, I'll talk about my own. There was a time it was too much. I came out and made a press release.
Yes.
And it was published. They said IPOB lawyer cries out his life is being threatened.
Yeah.
Do they know what that means? To threaten the life of a lawyer that is in court fighting for you, that you are not a terrorist group, and you threaten his life publicly. You are now telling the court you're a terrorist now. These people are fools. They are not fools. It's deliberate. That is why I said a lot of things they did boomerang, and it's boomeranging more and more every day. The law of karma is also coming back upon them. Very hard. So why would they do that? An American embassy is aware of this. I once told Mandela that they told me that you have more to fear from your people than from Nigerian government, so-called Nigerian government or so-called army or DSS. Because they have intelligence, credible intelligence, that these people eat their own, is dog eat dog. So a lot of them be wondering, Allah, you did nothing wrong to these people. So the analysis is, they see you people as capable. They just want to push you away. They try to do it when we were even under Agabi.
Yes.
Mandela, remember I told you, they came and told me that thing Justice Omoto show was speaking on me on open court is that there was a conspiracy to push me out of the legal team.
Exactly. That's what they say.
Because there was information that I was contributing much. So they wanted to ban me.
Wise Council.
The conspiracy was even to
Wise Council.
I would even come into court. Thank you.
Yeah, Wise Council. Ama m n'okwu juru gị ọnụ ọkwalago biko ọkwalago Divine more than are here with us and it's almost 5 hours now, and please I beg you please ka gị na-akpuo na akọ juru ntị mmiri ejugo awụ ọnụ, but I'm so happy even na your good White Council.
Why don't we talk again next weekend?
Okay. Yes. Next weekend. But even now, any of this our media bear to you guys, please endeavor to go and meet them.
In that very one, I'll display my US passport. Go be Bokasia there.
Because any of our media bear to you, like Njidek in Canada, is one of our own bear to you. Please, wait time gan go Japan and Kia, because
we are out.
Yeah.
I tell them to contact me.
Okay. Anybody who contacts us, no problem. Anybody.
Okay. Even my Betu said that my Paul Achebe, but you know, guy, they need to tender apology. Only male major law, I don't worry. My Paul Achebe, go to their platform. This gospel is where destroy this. That John Moore,
Yes.
There is base. He ga-ewepụ ekwensu n'ahịa because ụmụ Chukwu writers awegwu ụgwọ ekwensu writers.
Mba.
They confuse ha with you. They have gone to ụgwọ ekwensu.
Mba. Ị ga na-adịa White Council. White Council, ihe buzo journalists and gịnị wee
ekwensu. Okay, go ahead.
White Council.
Ekwensu the god of war.
The White Council. Ekwensu the god of war.
Ndị Igbo na-eje eje ọgụ.
Ọ na-eme ihe siri ike. So ị ga-asị ụmụ ajọ mmụọ not ekwensu.
Ụmụ ajọ mmụọ ka ị ga-ekwu. Ndị otu.
Okay. Always more student to recall no kita because maybe 2 minutes. Unu na-anya afam na m wezumezu. And in those days, ndị Igbo na-enye afọ iwe onye ka eme. And I have been a Christian for 48 years. No? Even I can go more than 10 family deliverance in my village. The last one for the Goguzo, then what even a ben namu, ama oji. My grandfather jiwe also, even when oji. Una melia, for the Goguzo bamu, we put to that oji. Well, no, but una make it anoa. Unu be na ben namu now. That oji aboga abatagani my compound. Will it we poor. I'm telling you the fact. I don't like order. No, that order. Now my own compound. Need. But can I for this story? Yeah. Can I for this story next time? Can I for this story? No. Can I 1 minute when you take home point? Now the Divine Mother just week. No. 5 hours can I knock it out. Can I start from regional coordinator? Oh, okay. From the lawyers. I'm you on the China. I started from the lawyers. The White Council. Biko. 1 minute. Biko. Can I'm na oku jugo and you would you go be. But I will in the melly. Yeah, no. Ika go Biko. Yeah. Take home points. Hello, White Council. Are you here?
Yeah.
Just take one point. Just use 1 minute or 2 minutes wherever you go. 5 hours.
Closing remark. Yeah, closing remark.
Yes, closing remark. Yes.
Okay, well, I'll use this opportunity to once again thank all the good people in the media and the social media. I don't want to call our people in the media warriors, because that very phrase has been bastardized. The phrase that when you hear it amongst Biafrans, it means media warriors of lies and blackmail and threats and dredging up and all kinds of things and foolishness and silliness. So I don't want to call our own people media warriors. I'll call them the very good people of media that were at the vanguard of truth and defending Mazin Nnamdi, defending the legal team, and defending me particularly and Mazin Nnamdi family one by one. Esumezu, Ikechukwu Nwa Amadioha, you are in the driver's seat. Master Prophet, the spiritual leader of Biafra, you are exceptional in your presentations and whatnot, and so on and so forth. Of course, there are people that are not particularly media savvy. IPOB Ontario, North America, has been very supportive. IPOB North America itself, those in Texas, Asia and Co, Madam Bridget or Dimmewa, Dr. Okia, and of course the avid people, American military veterans of Igbo descent, and ambassadors of Save the Nation, the One Poor Brothers, the Rising Sun, and World Igbo Congress, the congregation of all these people, what they said publicly, privately, and what the actions they took helped a lot in keeping Onyendu stable and strong, and in keeping the legal team committed, and the family of Onyendu. If anybody is talking about emotions here, which my colleague referred to, I think you should spread around, particularly to the siblings of Onyendu. If you look at Prince Emmanuel, he's a young man. I'm old enough to be his father, but I don't have as much gray hair on my beard as he has. Since this case started, the man has aged in geometric progression. The whole hair on his face has turned to white. I know how Kanunta stays awake. I know the fears that were expressed privately to me by Princess, that is Master Prophet's wife. I call her Princess. And then her senior sister, Nenaya, I call her Adanne. People used to call her Adanna, but when I came in, I changed it to Adanne. She lives now in Sokoto. She's not used to the place. It's because of Onyendu. She goes there 3 times every day to take breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But when these people in Europe that call themselves the leadership, when they talk about the siblings of Onyendu, they don't remember that Adan Nenayanya has been at the vanguard of caring for Onyendu's welfare. I think his wife, too, Onyendu's wife, needed to appreciate her in-laws, but the way she disparaged them in the interview that she granted to that lady they call Neka, she disparaged the family. She did not recognize the emotional burden, financial and otherwise, that Kanunta, Princess, and Prince Emmanuel, fine boy, and Adan, the emotional burden that has come under, that has enveloped them since this thing occurred. She considered only herself. So I advise her, wherever she is tonight, to have a change of heart, to not to disparage. I'm not calling for reconciliation. If people don't want to reconcile, you're calling them to reconcile means nothing. If they want to reconcile, fine. If on my way they want to reconcile and they want my help for them to reconcile, I will participate. But what I'm going to call for is for her to cease and desist from speaking in that manner publicly about her family. She carries that last name, and that last name is a last name that is respected worldwide. So she shouldn't be in cahoots or collaboration with those that seek to do, people that carry that last name, they seek to do them great harm, including her dear husband. So on that note, I thank all listeners tonight, and I thank everybody in attendance. And I promise you there's going to be more either on this platform or other platforms. Good night.
Yeah. They were Wise Council. So, Barrister Nnemeka, please take the microphone.
Esmez, I thank you for creating this opportunity for us to express ourselves. I want to thank Uncle Max. Uncle Max is of the Rising Sun. I don't want to mention the names that had already been mentioned by my friend Aloy Bako, such as Madam Bridget, Father Odimego, and the rest. I want to thank the 100 Men Divine Project. I want to thank Professor Chioma, Shine Baby, Priest Obinna Michael, and the rest. All those who have been fighting for the genuine cause of Biafra. I thank you, Methuselah. I thank you, Ife. I thank you, Diken Naya. I thank you very much. It's one of those Mazu gave me his contact some time ago that runs media. I want to thank all those who have been standing firm. There's one done in Canada. I can't remember her name properly.
Njideka na Canada.
So, Njideka na Canada, yeah.
On Eba, you see her now. You see her, yeah.
Oh, good. I thank her immensely.
Yeah.
She's been one of those protecting me from the onslaught of some of those who are blinded to the truth, and some of those who have chosen to remain blind to the real cause. I want to thank very especially Master Prophet and the family, and all those who have bothered to care for Mazen Nambekano, and all those who have visited Mazen Nambekano especially. You guys are all great. You are the real Biafran heroes we're talking about. I don't know, today is the 30th of May, the Day of Remembrance. So I remember all those who have suffered one great hurt or the other, who have suffered detention. We have a lot of them still in detention. I recognize all of you. I want to thank you. I was coming back from Port Harcourt, where Basil Nambekano sent me last week. On my way back, I got a list of 32 names in Ebonyi State under detention because they are accused of being members of the Biafran cause. So I remember them today. I remember all those in Wawa military barracks. I remember those in the detention at the DSS. A lot of them are here in the DSS. There's one Priska, Moge Dike. She's been in the DSS since a mother of 8, a woman who is paralyzed from waist down. She's been in detention here since 2022 till today. I remember somebody like Esther Ebom, who has also been in detention, a pastor, she runs a ministry in Aba. Just because somebody ran into her compound, they traced the person to that compound and arrested her from the compound. She's been in detention here since 2020, I think 2025. There are so many who are in detention. All those I'm handling their cases. I remember all of you, wherever you are. May God grant us the grace to see the light of day and to see Biafra emerge. Continue to give us this opportunity to express ourselves, because I know the e-rats and the e-maggots who are on social media, because somebody dash you credit of 50 naira, you think you can write anything you like. Anybody who is upset with the Mazen Nambekano should go and hug the transformer. There's a 33 kVA near you. Hug it properly. Thank you very much.
Okay, Barrister. Yeah. The Barrister Mandela, the place himself. Barrister Pesika catching the poor. Okay, he used Roma by word. Mr. Mandela, please take the microphone, please.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My special thanks and appreciation goes to so many people, very good, like minds, people who are genuine lovers of freedom and genuine followers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the only indefatigable leader, the only selfless leader that has stood his ground for the emancipation of his people, not for his own personal gain. I want to now mention some few names. They are legion, they are many, but because of time. First of all, I have to appreciate and thank Mr. Aloy Ejimako. He's a great lawyer. He's a leader par excellence, because under his leadership as a lead counsel, the legal team, the members of the legal team, he gave everybody. In fact, we are working like one family. Brainstorming. Most of the times, he will now host us. That is a leader. That is someone who wants, teamwork to actualize the same goal, one goal, not division. So I appreciate him so much. A lot of things, but let's remember it. I want to thank Mazi Kejukwu. He has been there for a long time. He have never derailed.
Thank
he
you,
has
Barrister.
been defending the truth, working even when others went away. Say they have been deceived or they have been. Him too could have been possibly be deceived, but he stood his ground on the truth, because the Bible said that you should know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I appreciate him so much. Every good work has a reward, no matter what. Lies can only last for a while, but there comes a time when the truth will prevail and they last forever. So I appreciate Mazi Kejukwu. I want to appreciate Master Prophets and Divine Mother. I call her Chichi. She has, in fact, Master Prophet has been a wonderful. In fact, I don't know how to describe him because what people could not see, he saw it earlier and started hammering on it. When you are saying the truth and when you are seeing something others are not seeing, they will think that this person is smart. But little did they not know that what he's saying, if your eyes is open to see it, you will cry for yourself. So he has been a man. He has stood his ground. He has stood his ground, fighting in open place without any, hiding words, calling the spade a spade. He's a very wonderful man. Because he couldn't have done this if the Divine Mother, Chichi, was not solidly behind him. So Chichi is a very wonderful woman. Chichi could remember in those days, in 2016, when he was in Nigeria here, when Mazo was in the Kuje prison. It's all of us that, suffering, going. In fact, Chichi was what Adanda is doing in Sokoto today was what Chichi was doing for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kuje prison.
Yes.
That is what she was doing. Seeing that Mazi eats a good food. That was what Chichi was doing then in Nigeria when Mazi was in Kuje. So I appreciate her so much. She has been a wonderful. In fact, when, like Pastor Lloyd said, when Ifeanyi Ejiofor was, blocking me to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for nearly months, it was Master Prophet and Titi will always, they will go, they will fight. In fact, they were tackling everything to make sure that that's if your first evil plan will not sustain. So they have done so much. I want to appreciate Madam Bridget. This is a woman that have, in fact, sincerely from her bottom of her heart. In fact, most of the times, if he remembers the travel, what Mazi is going through, what these people have, he started shouting earlier about this evil attitude of these people, this SDOS. Madam Bridget have been there fighting, talking. In fact, at the point, they elaborate now a lot of things, call her names, blackmail her, but today she's still standing for Maz. In fact, she has been so supportive in the struggle. I appreciate her so much. I appreciate so many people. Am I talking about Kano's family? That one is overstay understanding. We can't quantify that. We cannot. It's a lot of sacrifice made by these people. You see our wonderful colleagues in Nemeka, but these are the people we are facing the heat by not the one we are facing by the Nigerian government and DSS and co, but you're facing by the internal people that we are working for. They are now tackling you. So, but these people, they still maintain their ground. The lawyers that stand say no, come shine, because this struggle will take it personal. Like when Emeka was telling me today, say after watching a brief video, the history of the Biafra war, he said he cried, he shed tears. You understand? When my father fought the Biafran war, when he was my late father, when he was telling me the stories of what they went through, what he suffered. So I took this struggle personal to me. I'm not even taking it just only a lawyer. We are affected in the course of this incident, all these problems. People did not know that my uncle wife, this is 4 years now, they have taken away, in fact, nowhere to be found. They have killed her. Our 2 houses were burnt down. So when people are talking, and in fact, we'll just look at them. They don't know what they are talking. My 2 houses were burned down in my home in Imo State. But we have made a sacrifice in this thing, and people will be talking rubbish. But we appreciate so many people who stood their grounds, fighting for the just cause. Biafran's place, Mazen Nandekalo, remain Mazen Nandekalo, Forget about all these blackmails they are going carrying out, whether it comes from the wife or it comes from I don't want to call her name. That's a useless woman that they contracted, that's going about disgracing herself.
Yeah.
They all just jobless, because there's no way you can strive in the media, or if you never mention the name of Mazen Nandekalo, talk against him or the siblings or Aloy Ejimako, it will not grow now. So for you to grow, you will mention all these people, talk against them. Your page, you'll be getting paid or something like that. So ignore all these people. Focus on the real work. Focus on the real work. As time goes on, we will continue unleashing, unveiling the truth. We didn't just come to start saying all these things. Yeah. I also want to appreciate High Chief and Codem. They are trying. These are the people that have been on the struggle. still standing till tomorrow for Mazen Nandekalo. So there's so many of them that I can't even mention all of them here. So I appreciate. And other good media that are out there, both the ones that have realized their mistakes and those that are still, realize they should maintain their position, the truth, to be on the truth. Let me say this. The Bible said that, see, mgbe o were ịhụ ihe na-adịghị mgbe eme bidoro mewe na gị mara na ọbịbịa nwa nke mmadụ emegogere adịgo nso. So when things that have not been happening started happening, it means that the coming of the Messiah, the Son of Man, is close. Meaning that all these things that just and I saw that has never been, like when Pastor Lloyd we are explaining the freedom fighters that have fought this kind of war, their followers never carried out this kind of attack to them. Just in the case of Mazen Nandekalo, it's everywhere. That is to tell you the words of Mazen Nandekalo is coming to a fulfill very soon. Biafra liberation is near, is around the corner. So I appreciate each and every one of you, the lovers of freedom all over the world, the Biafrans, the people of good conscience, those that are still standing with Mazen Nandekalo. I appreciate all of you. Keep it on, and at the end, victory will be ours, and we shall. Mazen Nandekalo will soon come out. Then, in fact, many things that will come out, he will not say by himself. So many people will go on exile. Some people will be, in fact, they will not even step their feet anywhere. They say the Biafrans gathered or seen around. Thank you very much, Mazi Kechukwe. I appreciate you once again. You're wonderful.
Ndewo. Now we go to Master Prophet.
Sorry, please.
Yeah.
Let me appreciate those two persons who have been helping also take care of Nnamdi. That is Peace and Mr. Ndubisi in Sokoto. I appreciate them.
Okay. Yeah. Ndewo. Now we'll go to Master Prophet. For most people, they don't know. Let me say this thing for the first time. The reason why I'm on media today is for Master Prophet. And that very day I couldn't sleep. One of them not turn them like this. Even an anthem, you must go out, And I said to myself, how? I don't even know how to say. Igbo madulu okay, English madulu okay. Kevin maybe though. I said you must come out and you must. And that was that very day. That the day. In fact, I'm not Lola. I think I bed man not turn like this. No, that was the day Master Prophet beginning. Belakwa. Mmadụ nọzụkwa this thing na-eme to Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. That day, no, I couldn't sleep. Then that was how I came out. And I have learned a lot from Master Prophet who the program here, steady. No, and I learned that number one the thing then, a lot of people I said go and attack my Master Prophet. That's why I don't put phone number in my program. I don't put phone number. If you want to come in with your camera. So Master Prophet is the first man that stand. Fight here this thing. And I only work with them. Or say in 2027, Biafra. I can remember. Master Prophet asked Master Prophet. He said it's one of your program. Say it. He said in 2027, Biafra they were interested. Then after Master Prophet, Mazi George Ume, these are the people standing. Master Prophet, please have the microphone.
Ndewo, ekele m unu niile n'ụbọchị taa, but before m ebido, a na-ekele asị behind every successful man there is a woman. Ana m ekele Madam Nnenna ya anya, n'ọnwa anyị that has never kissed the feet of the devil. Ọkwụnụ gidigbam. kwunogidebam behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ọnwa anyị kara aka kajara akaja ama m Divine Mother nọ nga ọ ga-ejikọ ọnụ ya ji kwuru nke ya ekeledekwe m Divine Mother ekelene m barrister Nnemeka Ojiofo ihe my first time mụ na ya na-emekọ program that means ugum ebilie more ana m ekelekwe barrister Mandela mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu barrister Mandela mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu regularly ana m ekelekwe barrister Aloy Ejimakor mgbe ọ bịara na my place o nyere mma m ntụntụ envelope ego si Chineke am kwesịrị inye ego for coming but ye were envelope and the money the new si Chineke lekwe elebe na shi ebuteshi ego ndị eri new na Nigeria. I was so shocked yotara ekelene barrister Aloy Ejimakor ọkara aka ọkajara akaja. I'm gonna take much time. Ana agbo ọdị mma oke ịgba ukwu ose okirikiri ikenyu ahụ eje gba isi ọkpọ ọdị mma Uchechi na nna ya ukwu Ojiofo ọha isi kotere ebu ihe niile na-eme n'ala Biafra ọ maka Uchechi na-eri Nnamdi Ezebiro Nnamdi Kanu ọ maka ọ na-eri ụwa krọtele na-egbu ya mma mmiri and finally ihe niile apụtala mmiri ọ na-egwu mmiri ahụ n'okpurukpu azụ ya ana m asị ka ihere emegbuo Uchechi ọ na-akpọ gị Master Prophet asị m ihere emegbuo gị amụma m bụrụ na 2015 nsị na ewu kansa to Nnamdi Kanu and ewu kansa to IPOB ọ bịala na mmezu asị m ihere emegbuo gị na ị na-egbu Nnamdi Ezebiro ị na-egbu ya mma mmiri na-eri ụgbakọrọtele and ugbu a ihe niile apụtala on a plain sight ekele and again Ojiofo ihe niile ala niile ọrụrụ today ihe niile apụtala on the plain sight ekelere m Chineke na barrister Aloy na barrister ndị ọzọ abịala ji ọnụ ha meghe ihe niile ala niile ndị rụrụ ekelere m Chineke ana m ekelekwa nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Maazị Ezumezu nwa Ekwensu with the god of war mmụọ kara aka Nnamdi Kanu na-aza Kanu from Kamalu ọzụzụ Ekwensu with the principal god of war n'ala Igbo niile gburugburu ọ mmụọ na-alụ ọgụ mmụọ na-eje eje na-apụta ekwesịrị ịdị na-ekele ya because ọ mmụọ Chukwu a na-akpọ mmadụ ọkụ Chukwu ga-enye Ekwensu ike as the god of war as the principal as the disciplinarian ga-eje discipline onye ahụ so ndị Igbo a na-echefu onye ọdịnala hapụ ọdịnala na-eme omenelu ekelene m Chineke n'ụbọchị taa ka m pasị ya to Divine Mother ndewo na ụmụnne anyị ndị Biafra ebe niile nọ Chukwu nọ barrister niile ya dịrị na mma unu na-apụta
Master Prophet
akụ ebe nnụnụ dịra saịdị ka Chineke Chukwu chekwa nnụ niile gọziekwa nnụnụ kwuru mmaji ndewo
ise
my huge
so onye Igbo taa so
okay. My huge shout out goes to Barrister Aloy Ejimakor and the team of lawyers, and again to the Dragon King Emetumba Nnamdi Kanu and make everybody the present today. Monday join.
Master Prophet because
the followers and our fans and they join around. Your comment and your resilience means so much to us. And make a Mazi Ezumezu Ekwensu
ekene gị ndewo.
Nke na-arụ ọrụ ọma niile nke na-arụ. Ama m ebe m ga-ebido mana asị na ọwa agbacha ọsọ agụọ maịlụ.
Otu ọ dị.
N'ihi na asị na ọ na-eme ekele onye akịdị ya gwọta ọzọ. Mana asị gị jide nke iji.
Ndewo.
Amakwana m na ekwu n'eziokwu na ị gaghị alaghachi azụ dịka ndị ọzọ mere. Mana ekelekwe ma ndị chegharịrị nụ ndị hụrụ eziokwu laghachita, mana ekele unu niile na-asị na eziokwu nke a nkunu hụtara n'ime ya nwekwana okwukwe n'ime ya, unu nọchi ike n'ime ya n'ihe agaghị eme unu. Biafra bụ ihe dị omimi. Biafra awụghị ihe a na-agba ewu ọnụ na-emeke noise. Biafra na-echi n'ime mmụọ, na-echi n'ala ala obi mmadụ pụta. And ọwụkwana onye niile ka Biafra na-akpọ oku. Onye ọbụla Biafra kpọrọ oku, onye ahụ ga-aza n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. And ile anya hụ nzọmụkwụ na akparamagwa onye ahụ na-akpa, ị ga-adị attracted to that voice, na-esokwana ya. Ọnwụnwa bịara anyị n'elu, bịa anyị n'ala, bịa n'ebe niile dị iche iche. Mana n'ụbọchị taa anyị emeriwo ya. Ana m ekelekwe ndị Avid, na-ekelekwa World Igbo Congress, n'ihi unu na-ekwe ka agụọ gbuo nwanne unu nọ na mkpọrọ. Ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ mere abandon, more especially the ex-DOS gangsters and their cabals. I say, when you want to know a true man, give him position, because it intoxicates. Unless menyere somebody de humane and humble or chichi, ọ ga-abaya n'isi. Mana anyị ga-amụta ihe na ihe niile mere nọ. Onweghị ihe ọbụla eziokwu dị ka ọnwa adịghị ekpuchi ya aka. Mgbe niile agbara anyị, aha ọjọọ niile akpara anyị, ọ na-emede akpọ anyị aha ọjọọ, ma agwadi m sị biko na ya kwugodoro m champagne dị ya ka m were kpọtuo mmụọ m. Ma dị happy because I believe that they are not worth stealing my thunder and my happiness. Nlaga me mba aga me ehi ọnụ ma na-eche nonsense. A na-eme ya emekwana. Onwe ihe ndị ahụ mere anyị. Ọwụ na ha ma na ihe ndị a ha na-akọta anyị na-eme anyị sefu. Anyị obi na-adị anyị mma because our primary concern bụ ka ọpara nne m si n'ọnọdụ ahụ ọ nọ wepụta. Ka Alaeze Chineke n'ụwa nwee ike bịa na mmezu. Ihe ọzọ ha na-akọ agbasa anyị, ashịrịli ihe ha na-akọ is just behind our back. Ma na-asị ka Chukwu Okike abịa mapụrụ m ihe niile, gọzie anyị niile, gọziekwe the 100 men. Akwa ele ha na 100 otu narị ụmụ nwoke kajara akaja ma gọzie ha na njem ụkwụ ha. N'ihi na maka amamihe Chukwu Okike abịa manyere Maazị Nnamdi Kanu mere, o ji omegi ka ndị amara ndị 100 men ndị ha. N'ihi na ọwụ na amaara ha gara agata n'azụ na-esu ha imi, na manipulate ha left, right and center. Mana ihe niile otu o si masị Chineke. Mgbe Nnamdi ndụ, ọ na-asị onye na-ekweghị n'ụtụtụ gekwe n'ehihie, onye na-ekwekwe n'ehihie gekwe n'abalị. So obi dị m ụtọ nke ukwuu na ụmụnne m ma ndị amaghịrị ihu bụ formidable force na IPOB aghọtala onwe ha, ma ndị nwaanyị lọghachi. Ana m akasị ka Chukwu Okike abịa ma gbaa ha ume ka ha kwuru n'eziokwu till anyị nweta ihe anyị na-achọ, because I believe that Biafra will come in our time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you all, and God bless.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Divine Mother.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now I got to regional coordinator. Maazị Ichie Eziokwu Maazị Ichie Eziokwu ọ na-agba agba, ọ na-eche eche, ọ nọ na defense, you know. I must confess to Maazị Ichie Eziokwu. Onye na-asụ Maazị Ezumezu ka program nke ihe eme tata oke anọkwa m oke mbesi na TikTok, ọ nọ n'ọrụ, ọ nọ na TikTok, ọ nọ no, and is a regional coordinator all the way from America. No, Maazị Ichie Eziokwu ekenego, no, ekenego na-asị aka anụ iji ihe eji ya wee na-aga ihe eji ya na-aga m n'ụtụtụ mana ibe ma n'abalị no mechekwa ma ihe na ngwụcha ebe ọ ga-akwarago iji wee kwalite ọnọdụ achọrọ iwu ya achọrọ ịkparị ebe tamụrụ onye ọ bụ taa ka nwa na-afụ dị impact ihe ọ na-eme. Maazị Ichie ekene dịrị ego were the microphone. Yeah. Yeah.
Our great warrior, Aloy J. Mako, Dewo, everyone in there,
Yes, sir.
Right, left, middle, center.
Yes, sir.
The same thing done with Kupamata Mandela, Prince, Dewo. Onye ndu ya mesa apụta ike nke Chineke. The same thing that na ikuku n'ebe Barisa Nnemeka nọ. Daalụnụ rinne. Although Professor Black
at all,
but you guys have proven to be a steady horse. You know, and my fellow American, nobody can take away
your passport.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
Master Prophet.
The
Almighty God continue to be with you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Spiritual mother.
Yeah.
Princess. Because of Princess
Yeah.
Yeah. A canonta. Fine boy. I came to Barrister Ijimako, and I'm anti-Sweden. He directed me to Fine Boy. At the end of the day, we sorted out that situation. But you know, onye budike.
Yeah.
You know, so make a badananya. And we are strongly we are whatever when I you know one didn't know with IPOB you say other reason, but they've been doing their own part. Maze did their room. Buko a very strong man. But
yes, sir.
So one day, when we work and when you know, easy. He has proven himself to be a wonderful father, brother, Mandon Abulu sister too, Mandon Abulu father too, Mandon Abulu mother too.
Oh, come on.
You know, he has been everything in one for us. And we thank him for standing in front, and we're standing with him. And no, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Whether the devil likes it or not.
Yeah.
We've stood with him, and tomorrow we are still standing with him.
Yeah.
We'll go nowhere. So, Mandini that is coming back. We are welcoming everybody. We were called 5% before, But today, I have probably 25% at name.
Yeah.
We thank God for everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. I can more. I actually not work. 25% when 25% one. Zuano. Okay.
Barista Ejimako, thank you.
Yeah, bye
Miss
bye.
Mandela, bye.
Yeah.
Barista Nemeke Jofo, bye bye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Yeah.
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 A shout out to Madame Nayanya, a woman of immense integrity.
Yeah.
She is the bravest of them all.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to, yeah, bye bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
The chains can't silence the truth. The sun will rise again from the land of rising sun, the great nation of Biafra. In the heart of the storm, you stand tall and strong, voice of your people. Singing freedom song that tried to break you, but your spirit grew. In the darkest night, your light shone through. Free Mazin and Bikano. Let the rivers of justice flow. He's a prisoner of conscience, but his heart still glows. Oh, free Mazin and Bikano. The world must know his name. He fights for the voiceless Biafrans. Through the struggle, through the pain and marginalization. Behind the bars, your dreams still fly. Carried by the wind across the sky. Your people whisper, we're with you still. For the truth you spoke, for the strength of will. They can cage your body, not your soul. Your fire burns unbreakable and whole. Free Mazi and Anglicano. Let the chains of silence break. He's a prisoner of conscience. For his people's sake. Oh, free Mazi and Anglicano. Let the world hear the cry. Freedom is our birthright. We lift our voices high. We are the children of the sun, the great ancient Igbos.